7 months? Already? What the what?
Hey, cutie pie. Sorry about that. I was on the phone with Nath real quick. Hi, darling. It's such a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I'm so excited to play some. Oh, the pals. Thank you for my foul attack, awesome Ozzy. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Oh, more pals. Ah!
Hoi hoi town.
I did a plan. I'm not catching any today. Fuck. Thank you for the amazing pal attack, sweetheart, and sweethearts rather. Also, cutie cat. Hi, cutie Cata. Thank you so very much for the resub, darling. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much. I can't believe it's been 4 months. Thank you, gorgeous. Thank you so much. Yay! Thank you, lovely. Also, I did see that we had another resub from Sweetest Shredder. 7 months? That is incredible. Thank you so much for the resub as well, Sweet Shredder. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thank you for your generosity, darling. Thank you. Thank you, lovely. Michael. Hello there, magnificent Michael. Welcome on in. Hello to you. How are things going? I'm gonna scroll up and say hi to everybody. If you guys don't mind waiting just a second for me to catch up. It's gonna be a little bit more than a second, sorry about that. Magnificent Monstera! Thank you so much for coming in so far before stream started. I do appreciate the support. Thank you. Awesome Aussie, welcome in. Thank you for coming in even before stream started as well. Next, Vidal Slice Jam Slice, thank you so much for coming on in. I do appreciate you. Welcome. Awesome Aussie wants uppies. Yay! Good Aussie. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you doing, darling? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome. Let's see, Sweetest Sir Jesse. Hi, honey. Welcome in. How are you doing? For those of you who have just finished up your your Halloween from yesterday, how did it go? Anybody hungover? Anybody need me to lower my voice? Maybe just like, lower the brightness a little bit. Let me know. Swedish Strider, thank you so much again for the resub. It means the world. I really appreciate the incredible support and dedication, darling. And welcome on in, by the way. Radical Red, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Have you finished this game yet? Sweetest how are you, sweetheart? Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much for being here. How are you doing? Incredibly Tommy, welcome in. In response to the go live notification, of course, Tao. Thank you. All right. Just put your heart in my hand. I promise I'll give it back. Joyce Jet, welcome in. How are you? And Tommy, I hope you're having a great one as well. Lovely Lobbit. I don't need to form complete sentences when you throw pals at me. Incredibly Tommy, thank you for the pal attack. Actually, let me say thanks to everybody who gave me pal attacks. Cutie King, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, Magnificent Monstera, Cutie Cata, Sweetest Sir Jazzy again, Magnificent Monstera again, and Incredible Tommy. Thank you so much for the pal attacks. Zellor, hello there, Zellor. Oh, it's a pleasure to have you back here, sweetheart. Welcome back on in, and thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot. How are you doing? Lolbit, I'm very sorry that you can't stay and you have to get to work, but we will be here for you. If you get on a break and you feel like coming on in and de-stressing, come on back in. We'll say hey to you again. Radical Radish, welcome in. How are you doing? Sweetest Sir Jazzy, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Jet, sweetheart, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. That is incredible. Thank you for your dedication. Congrats on the 2-digit 10 stream streak. That's very exciting. Cutie King, welcome in, by the way. How are you? Incredible Tommy, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak as well, darling. No clue how, but I'll take it. I am very impressed. Excellent work on your 5 streams. Thank you for your dedication. Dearest Doppel, welcome in. How are you doing? Take your time, get it? Good job, Red. I love it. Cutie King, thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you so very much. And thank you also for the care package, Cutie King. Yummy water. Radish, oh my god, thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. That is crazy. Those are some professional stream watching numbers. Thank you so much for the 70 stream streak, darling. I really appreciate that incredible dedication. Thank you. Radical Rogue, welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? And Electro, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak as well, darling. Oh my gosh, I'm so grateful. Have you made it to every stream since you followed? Thank you so much for being here. I'll probably pass out since it's 3:02. Yes, sweetheart, please get some good rest. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. And thank you so much for the 5 streams. I wish y'all a good stream with this peak streamer in game. Electro, you're so sweet, honey. We will have the VOD up in case you want to watch through and see what shenanigans we get up to today in Persona 5. So far, so good here, Rogue. Warmed up some pizza. Ooh, what kind of pizza do you have, Red? Hi there, sweetest space cat. Welcome in. I'm doing well, Rogue. I definitely had a singular shot of caffeine and I am feeling real good right now. Cutie Cat, thank you once again so very much for the resub, darling. Thank you for the incredible generosity, your support, your kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you, lovely. And sweetest Cyber. Hello, sweet Cyber. And Cutie Cat, welcome in. Hold this for being cool. Thank you, I'll take it. Welcome in, Cutie Kev. How you doing? Thank you for the lurk. All right, Yossi! Hi, lovely Yossi, how are you? If it ain't the cutest patootie on Twitch. Me? I think you might be looking in the mirror, because that's you! I am here, just feeding my Neopets and drinking coffee. Oh, Kata, I love that. You get sustenance, your Neopets get sustenance. It is equal. Hi there, Zealous Seller. Welcome back in. And Radical Ram, welcome in. Uppies for Ram. Uppies for Ram. Yee. Good Ram. And Jimmy too. Uppies for Jimmy. Yee. Good Jimmy. By the way, it's been a while since I've explained it. So if anyone wants to know what this Uppies thing is about, you guys, I'll actually turn on the... Oh, did I not start it? Okay, glad I'm checking that right now so that it doesn't appear to be scuffed later on. 1 second, please. Wait, no, it is on. What? So this? Oh, I fixed it. Okay. These guys, those are you guys, your pals. So a pal is basically like a super chibi-fied thylacine, which is what I am. I'm a thylacine. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Tasmanian wolf, pouched wolf, whatever you want to call it. And you guys are basically little mini versions. And we've canonically decided that pouch pals are basically the size of corgis. That's the maximum size they get up to. So we use our imaginations. When you guys ask for uppies, I pick you up and like a corgi, I go, yay, uppies. And then I gently set you back down and I pat your little heads. So if anyone wants uppies, that's what the uppies are. Just so that you guys understand that I'm not, I don't know, grabbing air? It's all in the imagination. Jimmy, welcome in, by the way. How are you doing? Still a wee bit drunk, but slowly but surely, sobering up. Electra, I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Lots of water for you, sweetheart. Lots of water for you, okay? And you were chilling for Halloween, Cutie King. What did you do for Halloween? Just literally nothing? Or like, were you chilling watching movies or what? It was a hobby store, so not an official one, but some good stuff was there regardless. That's very good. Is me occasionally being here hours early okay? Like, it's not sending notifications to you if I throw emojis in chat, is it? Please come in as early as you guys want to. It makes me feel really warm and cozy when I come in here and there are people talking. Feel free to come on in here and use it like the old AOL message boards where like, they had perpetual message boards and sometimes people were just not there, but sometimes you would pop in after school or late at night. I'm really showing my age here, aren't I? Anyway, and there would be people just chatting away and it was like magic back then. So, yeah, no, absolutely. To answer your question, Magnificent Monstera, you guys are more than welcome to come on in here hours early and chat and be warm and talk amongst yourselves. And yeah, I love coming in because little do you guys know, oftentimes I come in at some point in the day before stream. Most often it's like right before stream, like 20 minutes before stream. But sometimes I'll do it like in the morning for a nighttime stream just because I've got some time to make sure that like the title is recent and our category is proper and our tags are right and my starting soon screen is working and so on and so forth. And when I come in here and I see you guys in here just being like, meep, from like Ozzy or from Monstera or from Strat or someone else, I'm just like, ah, they're thinking of me even without a push notification. That's so sweet. So Monstera. That is more than okay, sweetheart. More than okay. Michael, I'm from Australia, so Halloween was 2 days ago for me. I'm from Australia too. It's a pleasure to meet you, Michael. Could I actually ask, how did you find us? Was it the Australia tag? Was it, were you scrolling through VTubers or Persona 5? Or were we in your recommended, perhaps? Regardless, did you do anything for our Halloween, Michael? No hangover, just sleep deprived. I know that feel. I know that feel. Let me see, 1 second. I just got a message I need to reply to immediately. 1 sec, please. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. What the fuck? Bruh, why? Okay, 1 second. I'm just trying to coordinate something for a friend. And it's a little bit difficult because I'm in the middle of stream. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Next, Mattel Slice Jam Slice. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see you. Radical Red. Not quite. I beat a palace, but I'm at the point where talking at all about where I am is definitely gonna spoil stuff. Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you, Red, for being cautious and conscientious of our no spoiler rule. Thank you so much. I hope that you're having fun still, though. Nix, uppies for you. Yee, good Nix. Mini Joker's watching the stream with me. Oh, cute! I love that, Cyber. I love that. Wish I could have a 21 plus Halloween, but not quite there yet. Oh, that is fair, that is fair. Let's see, probably gonna go lurk. You're emotionally hurt, Ozzy. Is there anything that myself or anyone else in the pouch have done, or is everything okay? I'm doing good. It's been a relaxing day. I'm glad that it's been a relaxing day, lovely Zeller. Am I saying your name right, by the way? You haven't said anything to the contrary, but I'm just making sure. Yeah, I am doing well. I am doing quite well. Just finished talking with my family, which is a traditional thing that I do on my Sundays because the time gate is shrinking, which is nice. It's the best time of year to talk to my parents. Ozzy, thank you for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you. I hope you feel much better. Gotta get back to work. We'll be on later. Okay, sounds good, sweetest Sam. Thank you so very much for coming in. I appreciate you. I wonder if I could draw some stream emojis for me. Ooh, go for it, Space. Have fun. The pizza was a supreme, chock full of veggies and meat because I was in the mood for a pizza loaded with toppings. I do love a loaded pizza. I do. I'm not a big fan of meat, but I love pretty much any veggie that you can put on there, except eggplant, because I'm allergic to eggplant. Let me see. Hi, sweetest Strat. I am going to be a lurky turkey because I just got back home and need to go take a shower and have breakfast. Absolutely, sweetest Strat. No worries. Sorry, my dog's saying hi to you guys. He is very excited because Nath is doing some work in the garage and Coda has no object permanence. I love how animated these ketchups get. Me too! I'm so glad that you enjoy it. I'm always worried that you guys are gonna be like, move it along, Tao, move it along. But I'm really glad that you like it. We are a magical construct meant to replace the species we lost. Exactly right, Doppel, exactly right. All the power comes from this jewel around my neck. It's also why you guys can understand me and why I can appear like this. Otherwise, I am just a four-legged friend. But I am Drakthir. You can be a Drakthir, pal. You can. I didn't even know that. I just like the concept. Oh, that's so cute, Space. I'm glad that the concept still is still clear. But yes, that is the concept. Uppies that turn into a volleyball spike hit different. You have to request uppies that turn into volleyball spikes. I'm not a violent uppies giver. Yeah. Wait, you're a Tasmanian wolf? Damn, love Tasmanian Devil was my favorite character. Very cool, Electro. Yeah, so technically the Tasmanian Tiger, the Tasmanian wolf, the Thylacine, even though people called it a Tassie wolf, Tassie Tiger, neither of those are technically true. We were marsupials, like kangaroos, more closely related to kangaroos than to wolves or actual tigers. But yeah, there was no other animal that anyone had come into contact with then or now that is similar to a thylacine. So they went with, yeah, that's a wolf, but it's a Tasmanian wolf. Or, oh yeah, that's a tiger. There's stripes on that one, so that's a Tasmanian tiger. But marsupial, yeah. Yeah, isn't that interesting? The Tasmanian devil is my cousin. They still exist, but they have mouth cancer, which is very sad, and we're trying to save them. Playing Fortnite after 2 hours of not working. Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy, that it wasn't working, but I'm glad it's back now. That's good. I was asleep through almost all of Halloween. Did you sleep well, though, Itami? Did you have spooky dreams? Not scary, just spooky. Wait, that is the lore for the Pouch Pals putting it, Discord? Yeah, the lore is Pouch Pals are approximately the size of corgis. Had a Halloween party? When is a sexy Mothman? Yoshi, that's awesome. I love that. That's so sick. I don't know if you took any photos or if you're comfortable with showing them, but if you would like to when they're safe for work, you're welcome to put them in the Discord. But obviously, I acknowledge you are also VTubers, so totally understand if you're like, yep, when a sexy Mothman. Let your imagination run wild. There are no photos. I was watching the Chainsaw Man movie during Halloween. I saw it yesterday, Cutie King. It was great. No spoilers, because there are a lot of people in here who haven't seen it, but it was great. We really enjoyed it. Come in 48 hours early. I will say that it doesn't always, and in fact, it almost never holds on to messages for longer than about 7 or 8 hours. So if I don't get to it within 7 or 8 hours, like if I'm not opening OBS and starting to get stuff situated within 7 or 8 hours, I probably don't see it. Because like Ozzy will come in at like 9 in the morning and leave like a little meep or something like that. And I don't see it when I come in 12 hours later to start the stream, which is tragic. Tragic. I'll always expect head pats and give head pats. Sounds perfect, sweetest space. Nito Navy, welcome in, darling. How you doing? Never leave. Got it. You do get it. Never leave. Rat scratch! Well, well, well. If it isn't TauTassieTiger. It is I. And how are you, Radical Rat Scratch? It's a pleasure to see you. Terrific TassieTiger, more like. Gosh, sweetie. Thank you. Radical Rat Scratch, and I do mean Radical Rat Scratch. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Let's see, Tabitha. Hi there, terrific Tabitha. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh my God, you guys hit the D&D one shot. Holy. Okay, I probably should have done this earlier. I didn't realize how close we were to that. I need to reach out to people. I must reach out to my fellow players. Yes, I will need to do that after stream. Thank you guys so much for the D&D one-shot funding. Thank you that is incredible. I'm gonna see, I think, depending on everybody's schedules, we might be able to do this before I leave for the States, which would be great. Let me see. Sweetest Sadie, welcome in. How are you? Ozzy, I'm so sorry, hon. Please feel free to use the Vent and Ranch channel. I mean, you know the rules about it, but like, if it's nothing super triggering or you know, aggressive, feel free to share there, okay? I'm really sorry that you're having a hard day, darling, but hopefully we can be in the background at least to remind you that we're here. Oh, you're gonna lurk it, Tommy. Oh, good. Playing a roguelike in the background. Stream will be up, so I'll hear ya. Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm also hyped for my trip in 5 or 4 days. Wait, where are you going, Tommy, if I may ask? Let's see. Hello, Coda. Heyo, Nath. Thank you, Magnificent Monstera. I'm sure that he says hello. He's trying to fix this. He's trying to help me fix my standing desk under desk tower mount. Because it's not big enough despite being the biggest one on the, like, retail market. Kind of a pain. Anyway, Storm, sweetheart, holy fuck! Thank you so much for the 350 streams to rate. That is crazy. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much for your incredible dedication. That is unbelievable. 350? Holy. Sweetest Shadow, darling, thank you so very much for the resub as well. I really do appreciate the support and your generosity. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much, Cutie Shadow. 7 months? That's incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much.
would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. Cutie shrimp, welcome in. Tabitha, thank you for the censor. Always appropriate with me. You never know when I'm gonna say fuck. Good afternoon, Tau and Pouch. My VR. Oh, bounce. Thank you for the Pal Tech, lovely lab. Welcome in. How are you doing? My VR storage solution came in, so I've been mucking around with that. That's awesome, Storm. Very exciting. Congratulations. And again, congrats on the 350 stream streak. That is incredible. Suda said, thank you for contributing to that D&D one-shot challenge. You must be one of the final ones to contribute. Basically, this mammal got a pocket. Exactly, Toffle. Exactly right. Rat Scratch, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot. 80 more points? That's amazing. It was 80 more when you contributed, huh, Rat Scratch? Absolutely amazing. Chilo, hi, cutie Chilo. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on. And how are you doing today, darling? May I have a volleyball punt uppy? Absolutely. Let's go, Monstera. Uppy. I hope that was fun. There absolutely are photos and a TikTok video. Let's go. Amazing. That is so cool. Oh my God, I cannot wait to see, hun. I asked a question in Discord art when you get a chance. Let me have a quick look since I am not tabbed into anything. Are these good to start with Twitch emotes? It's up to you, cutie cat. Whatever emotes you think will fit your channel, really. Totally up to you. Totally up to you. I think I started with a hello, a heart one, a crying one, and a laughing one. I think those might have been my original 4 that I made. Ro, thank you for my hot pot. Thank you. Red! Oh, that must have been it! Was that the final bit there? Yeah! Red, the final contributor to the D&D one-shot challenge! Thank you so much, Radical Red. I really appreciate that. That is amazing. Thank you! Oh, man, it's time for some D&D one-shotting. I'm headed to see, to Montana! 10-day visit. Oh, that'll be so much fun, Tommy. That'll be so much fun. I love Montana. I've never been, but I'd really like to go. There's horse country, and I love me some horses. See if things mesh well. If they do, you'll be moving there. That is amazing, Itami. I am so excited for you. Swedish Shadow, thank you once again for the resub. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Oh! Thank you for feeding me, cutie cyber. And Sweetest Face, thank you for my pal hat. Only thing aggressive y'all are getting is aggressive love and appreciation. Fucking love you guys. You guys are fucking incredible. Back at you, cutie Ozzy. Thank you for your kind words. Please focus on feeling a bit better though, okay? None of my precious pals deserve any sadness if we can help it. Whoa, lovely love. Thank you so much for the 110 stream streak. That is unbelievable as well. Them some fantastic numbers. Well done. Thank you so much for your dedication, gorgeous. 110. And that's in spite of your work schedule and all the other stuff you got going on. Thank you so much, lovely love. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Finally made time to check out Possum, a horror movie. Possum is a horror movie? Is it about possums, or is it about like a mutant possum, or a possum that eats people, or a person who eats possums? No, that would be too sad. A person that turns into a possum, or that controls possums. All the possums, and then there's like, ah! Anyway, sorry. What I'm hearing is bring Tau to Montana. Montana! Yes. Bring me along. Bring me in the suitcase. Cut me up into little pieces. Reassemble me once I get there. Axe! Hi, cutie Axe. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? A bit of a sick X today. I'm sorry, X. Everything okay? You got snifflies? Dredge! Hi, dearest Dredge. Welcome in. How you doing? on. You load up on anything ahead of streams, like Red Bull Super Shots, legal only, of course. No, actually I don't. The max I ever do is I will have one singular shot of coffee. And I don't do it every time. It's kind of just when I didn't sleep much the night before. Like last night, I didn't sleep very much. So I had my one caffeinated chalky. Yeah, and that's all I had today. Yay! Wait, no, Nate made me an omelet. That was very sweet of him. But the omelet didn't have caffeine. I would say 70 to 80% of the time, the energy that you see is just me. And then 20% of the time, there's a single shot of caffeine. Besides that, that's all I do. If I consumed any substantial amount of a energy drink or anything like that, I think I'd die. I am so sensitive to like extracurricular things. I'm a lightweight when it comes to drinking. I'm a lightweight when it comes to caffeine consumption. Yeah. Yeah, you're on my head, sweet space. How are you doing, dear Stretch? Check lore when you can. All right, 1 second. Let me have a quick looky-loo. Hold on. Where's the lore? I don't know where my own channels are. Found it! Pouch pals. The average pouch pal is the size of a corgi. The pouch pal are magical constructions born from the amulet Tau has. Each pal looks different and has their own soul. This is true. This is true. Unknown apparition. Welcome in, sweetheart. How you doing? Good to see you. You have a couple minutes left of your break. How's work going so far? Lovely laugh. I should be getting internet back soon, which means I can finally watch you on my tablet again. Yay! Well, sweetheart, we are always happy to have you in whatever form you're able to watch, whether that's through someone streaming it on Discord or whether that's actually being here, but thank you so much for being here, all the same. Lovely Lyra, welcome in. Hola! ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you, sweetheart. Lego style Tau, gotcha. Exactly. All my parts just pop back into place. There's no possum, but there's a heckin' creepy puppet. Note to self, can't watch possum with Nath. He will run out of the room. Tau is small enough to fit in a suitcase. I'm not that small! I'm 5'5". You need a big suitcase. And listen, guys, the biggest oof for if you try and bring me around in your suitcase, you're gonna have to pay extra for your luggage weight. Most things over about 50 kilos, you need to pay extra for. I am, in fact, over 50 kilos. Zaki, I'm happy Nintendo is losing finally. That is fair. I'm glad that their patent has been rejected. Thank you so much for the 30 streams, Tariq, darling. Appreciate that. I hopped back into the possumness. Ooga booga. Hi, apparition. Welcome in. Solar. Hi, sweetest Solar. Welcome in. How are you? Tau just needs a sniff of Monster. That's true. It's true. Kata can vouch for this. I'm so glad she didn't run away from me. When we met at PAX, she had a Monster open and she was like, and I went. And then she's just like, yeah, is that right? Oh, have a good one, lovely laugh. We'll see you for your 30-minute break. Sorry, I'm so far behind right now, aren't I? Cutie Core, welcome in. How you doing? What was that about not sleeping much last night? Listen, our stream went kind of late. And I couldn't go to sleep right after eating so much food. So I was up for a little bit longer. Do you also have enough water? I do at the moment, Cutie Monstera. Thank you for asking. Delicious. Also, I would like to let you guys know that the beautiful, magnificent, gorgeous quill that Vash got me for my birthday is now a permanent fixture on my desk. And do you remember me showing you the tiny little fucking inkwell that it all came with, and then the bigger one, and how I was like, I don't know if I could pour this. Last night I couldn't go to sleep because I'd eaten too much, so I went to the sink and I did my best to transfer some of the ink. This little guy is only 10 mils of ink. So, yeah, sorry, I'm literally looking at it right now. It is shocking how little 10 mils is, but it fits beautifully with the quill. It's so pretty. I actually think I want to get some like fountain pen journaling paper that like it won't bleed through and stuff. And I want to start using that with this quill. It's so extra, dude. It's so extra. But I want to start writing with this quill notes and stuff, just general notes. And I can practice my fucking handwriting, which you guys were so kind and you thought that I had pretty handwriting last night. But I have been told my entire life it's terrible. So I'll practice and make it even better for you. Hello there, gorgeous Gundam. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Mini Joker and IRL pics. Let me see. Oh my God, he's got a bow! That's so cute. I love that. Oh, Cyber, that's so cute. It even looks like I'm like, give me. That's so cute. I love the little pink bow. And darling, I can't see the rest of your setup, but I love the pink color coordination. Pink is not my favorite color, but I respect the effort that has gone into your color coordination. I see, what is that, like your desk mat or mouse pad, also pink with the pink bow. So aesthetic. I love it. Amazing. Amazing. Also, Storm has googly eyes. Oh, that's so cool. Wow. Okay. So what's all the stuff here? I see, I understand Storm. I recognize the VR headset. I recognize the trackers. I recognize the mouse and the laptop. What is everything underneath that? What are those things? Let's see here. One day I shall make a weighted pal plushie. It'll exist eventually and be soft. I would be so happy to see that. That would make me so excited. Oh my gosh, a weighted pal plushie. I would love that, Monstera. You are as tall as me, IRL. Oh, we're the same height. Are we the same height? I thought you were shorter than me. Maybe I just felt taller because I had contacts on. Speaking of Lego, what happened to their action figure lines? I actually, you know what? Despite the fact that I obviously, as every single person who has not lived under a rock for the last 45 years knows, like I know what Lego is, but I never really got into it. I respect it big time. Like I've seen amazing sculptures and stuff made with Lego, but I never really got into it. Meep. Hi, dearest Dustin. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. It was aggressive sniffing. Yeah. I'm so sad I couldn't make it to PAX. I wanted to say hi to the towel. That's okay, lovely Yoshi. I'm hoping I'll go back next year or to something else this coming year, also in Melbourne. Tau transformer into a luggage bag. That would be amazing. That's the AU where I'm a mech fan. Mech fan. I had a coffee from Sheets. What is Sheets? Breakfast at Hardee's? Oh my God, I miss Hardee's, you guys. Fun fact, true canonical lore about me, IRL. I desperately miss Carl's Jr. / Hardee's. That was my favorite, my absolute favorite, most delicious, most magnificent, fantastic drive-through in the US. I love that shit, it's so good. But it sounds like you had a lot of fast food today, Space. I hope you enjoyed it. Did you drink a little too much mana potion? I might have had a little bit too much of the potions last night too. That's a good point, Storm. Hi, Yurikas. Welcome in. How are you? Estoy bien, pero muy somnolienta. Ooh, go sleep. Go sleep. Somnolienta. Is that right? Hold on. Oh my God. When I go back to the States, it is sleepy. Good. I was like, when I go back to the States, all of my friends who used to speak to me in Spanish will be like, Jesus Christ, Tao, you've lost every ounce of your understanding of Spanish. I'm so sorry that you're tired, sweetheart. Do you need to get some rest? X, told by idiots that it's terrible. They are wrong. Wait. What were we talking about here? I'm so sorry, X. Compared to mine, Tao, your handwriting is fine. Oh! Handwriting. Handwriting. I understand now. That's very sweet, X. I don't know. I think I still have pretty bad handwriting. Whenever I do official documents, they're like, so have you thought of just signing it with your handwriting and typing the entries? Mine is apparently worse than a doctor's? Damn, okay. Yikes. You shared fan art. Let me have a look. Oh, first, hold on. I saw that Yoshi. Bruh, Yoshi! Hold on. I gotta watch this TikTok. Oh my God, the eyes! You guys, that's amazing! Oh my God, Yossi! That is fucking incredible. Genuinely, I love that. Can we go Halloweening? I'm so excited. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. That is so cool. That is actually incredible, hun. And I love the getup too. But those eyes, dude, that is perfection. That is so impressive. Oh my gosh. Whoa! Also, oh my God, so much fan art, sweetest Seru. Oh, yo! My Ghost Rider version. Hold on. Just putting it in the fan art folder. That looks awesome! I like my skull. That's so sick! Oh my God, and then the flame just, that is badass. Oh, that is so cool, sweetest Seru. And the Phantom Bell! That is so cool. Hold on, I gotta put that one there too. Phantom. That is so sick. I really love my Phantom, my Phantom Thieves getup. That is so cool. I would like to port that into the game, please. That's fucking awesome. That is so sick, hun. These are so cool. Wow. Oh, and I love the one with like the with my Phantom Thief self and my persona. Yo, that is so cool, Seru. Phantom persona. Seru. That's amazing. That is way cool. Okay, I think you need to send this into Atlas and be like, listen, there's this little tiny VTuber and you're missing out by not putting her in the game. And then they'll put me in the game and it'll be so worth it. That is incredible. These are all so sick. Amazing work, sweetest Seru. Absolutely astounding work. Have you ever considered making your own textured paper with like recycled paper? Shredded things soaked in water and then blended in a blender can produce neat textures. I have contemplated it before, but because of how porous it winds up being, I don't know how well it would handle fountain ink, particularly because I'm not good at like regulating the blowout. It gets like it gets really blown out if you use too much ink. And also, I don't have a blender. I mean, no, I don't actually have a blender. That is part of that. Hi there, excellent Eugene, welcome in, reads the title. Tau, I've told you before, my love is free, so there is no need for stealing. Thank you, Eugene. Love. Thank you for the love, excellent Eugene. Going from the top, Tau, patch panel, hold on, I gotta open this up. Okay. Patch panel, multiple connections into a network switch, a gap, yep, then my desktop, then a gap, okay, then a UPS, all in a mini server rack. So what are the functions of all of these, Storm? Without going into the tech, like really deep tech, you know, Mbps 70 trillion terabyte, blah, blah, blah. Without that, what are the functions? One, make thing go fast. One, make thing render good. One, make thing communicate well. Working on how to get the KVM switch. What's a KVM switch? I'm autistic and my special interest is pink. Amazing, okay, almost everything I own is pink. I haven't worn anything but pink in about 3 years. It's so aesthetic, Cyber, I love it. That is so cool. I don't know, I mean, I don't necessarily have like a hyperfixation on colors, but I've had very consistent color fondness for years and years. Did you never even play a Lego game? No, I haven't played a Lego game, I haven't. I miss Hardy / Carl's Jr. too, right? The last one here vanished a decade ago? That sucks. That stinks. I'm sorry. Sheets is like good gas station, if that makes sense. Oh, yeah, okay. I getcha. Let's see. I have handwriting. Thank you, X. Sorry, I have like literally the worst memory. I will soon, but wanted to hang out with y'all for a bit. Sounds good, cutie Lyra. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for hanging out with us for a bit. But yes, get some rest too. And Yoshi, that Halloween costume is incredible. Handwriting, mine is really just that bad. Mine's really bad too, Solar, but you guys are very sweet. We're gonna see how much my handwriting improves when we open up our envelope next year. Guess what I'm finally doing, Tao? Are you making monster popsicles? Let's see. Oh, TauTassieTiger. How are you, Sweet Skellington? Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, you're putting the art that I made for you up there. Oh, yay! Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, sweetheart. Yes, I'm very, very happy you liked it. Thank you so much for meeting with me that last day. I know that there was a chance of us not meeting up, but I'm really glad that we got to, so I could give that to you. Tao should try Lego City Undercover. I mean, listen, if you guys want me to do Legos, I will put that up on the poll. If you put suggestion on there, I'll put it up on the poll. Let's see. Scroll. I'm one of the few that likes my own handwriting. It's not perfect, but shrug. Well, yeah, no, that's fair, Sweet Space. I don't like my handwriting, but it's kind of like, I think of it, people liking their handwriting and people liking their voices, like hearing their voices, similar wavelengths. Like, I don't mind listening to my own voice, but I cringe when I look at my own writing, my handwriting. Valiant Val. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. That is incredible. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Val, thank you so much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge and the storytelling stream. Also, I won't name any names here, but there are some people in this chat right now who I should make aware of the fact that I will be contacting you to potentially play in the D&D one-shot game, because we are 100% funded for that. Pretty exciting, very exciting. My issue is that I have had to write my signature for 12 plus years. It's become absolute garbage to not carry anymore. Honestly, that's a good thing in my opinion. That makes it way harder to forge. Hi Jet, welcome in, how you doing? Val, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Okay, patch panel, run network cables into one common place. Got it. Network switch, manage the communications between all the network cable devices. Okay, my desktop PC, lots of things. Very good. UPS, uninterruptible power supply. Everything at my desk is plugged into it, so if there's a power outage, everything stays online. Oh, so it's like a generator? KVM, keyboard/video management. It allows me to switch between the machines that are plugged into it, so I can use the same keyboard, mouse, and monitors for multiple machines one at a time. That's so cool, Storm. Yo, if I go to the States and I have trouble hooking up my ROG Ally X and getting stream stuff working, I'm definitely gonna be in your DMs. I meant the one I got commissioned by you. Oh, that one! Oh, I'm glad that you like that one too. I'm so glad you like that one too. I'm not sure you saw my message, but do you know the size I draw Twitch emojis matters? It has to be in a square, but you can shrink it down. That's what I do, because the emojis, it's only, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I haven't made emotes for a very long time, but I think it is 164, 50, and 12, or something like that. But when you're working on it, you'll want to work bigger. That's what I would say. But make sure it is a square. It has to be a perfect square. I've gotten sucked into an anime style MMO. I need someone to drag me out. Which one is it, Yoshi? I'm down for D&D. Anyways. What? X, yeah? Oh my God, is that me? It's 100% not me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. There's only, I have some people in mind that I think would probably mesh well with the pre-existing group that we had from our last one shot. So yes, I'm going to reach out to them. Name change also helps on not caring, because it changes what it needs to look like. That does make sense. Seru Persona coming soon? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The pals are in the one shot. We have a pal in the one shot. My character always has a pal, but you guys get to not like control, but like, oh, we've got to have that. We got to have Megabyte back. That was a great time. Beautiful Blue. Yay! Welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Excellent, Eugene. Thank you for contributing to the community game night. The UPS is more like a big battery. Oh, that's like consistently charged up when the electricity is working, and then it starts to discharge when it disconnects. Is that right? I'm real bored. I may make the first part of chapter 2 for my story. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, perfect strat. Thank you so much for the. I'm so glad that you pulled that out. Thank you. Star Resonance, free, thankfully. I don't know if I've heard of that. Is it action based? Let's see. A UPS also manages the power supply to machines, so there's a huge inductive load on the power circuit it is on, a power surge. In business servers, have been put on the same circuit as a lift motor's electricity. It is a protection circuit for that too. Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Sweetest Solar, thank you so much for contributing to the community game night, by the way. Internet is completely fine, yet stream still buffers. I'm really being tested, hey. Oh, I'm sorry, Ozzy. Is it happening with anyone else's stream? It might be this stream. Or it might be your internet. I'm not sure. Cutie Pies, I have caught up within 1 hour. I'm always very impressed when I manage that. We are going to go on a very quick break. For those of you who don't know, we go on a 3-minute break every hour. Just 3 minutes, and that is just so that you do not need to subscribe to avoid ads. It's very good. It's a very good little trick. I walk away from the computer, therefore there is no content being made. I turn those ads on, then you walk away from the computer so you don't have to experience those ads, and then we come back at the same time after the ads are done. Yeah. But Cutie Pies, let's go on that quick break, and once we get back, we are going to jump straight into Persona 5. And I'll go over our spoiler warnings then. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Thank you guys so much for the incredible support, for sticking with me through the ads as well. I really do appreciate it, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? I would take out his heart if push comes to shove and he is still not surrendering. This is Nyx, not Nyx. That's true, but I'm just trying to breed resentment towards this man. Take his head privileges. You'll get your head back at the end of the week if you're good. You evil one. It's crazy. Having a mocha just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of. But apparently, having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes me evil. Note to self. Some people have different reactions to like alcohol. Not me. I have different reactions to what direction the caffeine comes from. Right, I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? I would take out his heart if push comes to shove and he is still not surrendering. This is Nyx, not Nyx. That's true, but I'm just trying to breed resentment towards this man. That's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. I did put some link click stuff over there because I was like, I'm obsessed. I fucking need it all. I need everything. Give me link click. It was so good. I didn't expect that from the first few minutes. I know. I'm so glad I could introduce you. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop being insane, and I will intersperse in further. You became what you swore to destroy. I am on the dark side now. Dark coffee. No, actually, I don't like dark coffee. I want keyboard user or something getting interviewed by the FBI or something, but the agents ask the person, tell us about the Chinese hackers you've been communicating with. Wait, who? The hackers, Liam Mao and his brother Liam Fao. I kind of love that. That's actually golden. Wasn't expecting, whoa. Storm, thank you for the jump scare. Hey, cutie pies! Welcome back. I have missed you terribly. Hi! I'm back! Did you miss me? More requiring hugs? Absolutely. A piece for you, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbling. Hey, and welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Sweet Shadow. Let me change our game volume real quick so that you guys can hear this. There we go. Click, click, click. Hi, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, sweetest Sir Jazzy, and welcome in. Next for us, let's jump slice. A piece for you. Yee. Good nicks. And incredibly Tommy, missed you too, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Well, welcome back, rather. Sweetest Space, welcome back. Fuck, is the music too loud or is it okay? A piece for you. Yee. Good Space. Sweetest Solar, welcome back, darling. We got everything stays before we start the game. So we'll listen to this amazing opener first, and then we'll go on a quick break. Music be good? Awesome. Okay. Remind me which part we're up to. Sweetest Cyber, I think I'm actually gonna read the story summary. Oh, welcome back! Hi, Cutie Chris! Welcome in, gorgeous! How are you doing? And you were streaming Dungeons and Dragons? You have to tell us more about that, pretty please. You guys, this is Outstanding Alchemist, aka Cutie Crescent, the most intriguing alchemical owl who seeks to distill the essence of nostalgia through various gaming experiments. Their recent foray into Dungeons and Dragons suggests a penchant for adventure, while Mass Effect and Pokemon hint at a diverse taste in gaming. Fear not, for Crescent, their trusty owl assistant ensures a say-so atmosphere. Truly, a realm of nostalgia awaits. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? Redback! Welcome back in, Redback. And Gorgeous Gundam, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are not a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Hoot, hoot! Surprise round, roll initiative! Woo! I got two. My brain says you got two. Obtuse! Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks very much for the shout out. Of course, Alchemist. Cress. I'm gonna call you Cress. I always do that. Persona's great. We actually just started our game for today. I'm gonna go over our spoilers and the area we're in so that we don't spoil anything for anyone who has not played this. But first, I would like to introduce ourselves to you and your gorgeous community. As always, Cutie Crest. But firstly, before I press that button, I would like to know, when is your next stream, if you happen to know, and what will you be doing? In the meantime, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression.
Ooh.
Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Fully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! sweethearts. Welcome back. I hope that gave you a little bit of info about us. A lot of you probably already know me because Cutie Crest has brought in her gorgeous community a number of times, and we really appreciate it every single time because what a quality group of wonderful people you have gathered around you, my dear. Makes sense since you two are of quality. Brownbeard Connor, Cutie Connor, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, please check out Cutie Crest, who is actually going to be live tomorrow morning, Aussie time. So for those of you who don't know, that'll probably be tomorrow morning. I'm going to just stay safe and say that you're probably going to stream around 9 or 10 a.m. or something like that. But for those of you who are not in Australia, that will be in about like 15 to somewhere between 15 and 18 hours from now, whatever that time is for you. And she'll be doing some Pokemon ZA, which is super cool. I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Is it your first time playing it? Like as in, is it your first session playing it? Or have you been playing it for a bit? How bad is it that I have some of your answers memorized from your intro video? It does make sense. I do find myself sometimes like lip syncing my own words, which is a bit cringe, but it is what it is. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Maynadi. How are you? You guys, please check out the absolutely stunning Cress. Like I said, fantastic sweetheart, absolutely amazing streamer, fellow Aussie as well. Really, really cool, like 3D room setup. A fellow 3D Vtuber, in fact. Yeah, just a really cozy say-so space. Kind of like ours. I'm a little bit less say-so, but I'm not like too far gone. I just curse a lot. But please do check her out. She is fantastic. She's so very sweet, so lovely. Doing a lot of stuff that we really enjoy. Like we're going to be playing Pokemon ZA at some point probably. But she's doing it first, so check them out. And also D&D, which is so convenient because Cress, this amazing community has just, as of like 40 minutes ago, completed a community goal for a D&D one-shot. So I'm going to gather my party members and my DM, and we are going to put on a show for all of you. Hi there, Magnificent Muted. Welcome in. How you doing? But yes, welcome in, sweetheart. You guys, please check out Cutie Crest. Phenomenal sweetheart, phenomenal streamer. Highly recommend. Thank you for the care package, awesome Muzzy. Is it at the end of today's stream that I need to turn off the sing redeem again? Is that right? Basically here is safe for work, 18 plus. Exactly, Eugene, that's right. It will be a super sweet adventure in more ways than one. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But we do still have that sing redeem on for the moment. So to Cutie Crest and their community, we are going to sing a song that Bublin has requested. It is today. Okay, so this is on until the end of today, and then I'm turning it back off again. But we're gonna sing a song. We're gonna sing Everything Stays from Adventure Time, okay? Again, Cutie Crest, thank you so incredibly much for the raid, darling. I really appreciate you. You are so spectacular. And here we go. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open. When the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide. It can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. I hope that was okay, beautiful bubbling. Oh, Patty! Hi, precious Patty. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for contributing to the community game night. And yes, absolutely, do some after stream care, cutie crafts. Did I already say it or not? But Raiders, if you need to bring one, that's totally cool. But if you like stick around, we'd love to have you. We are doing Persona 5 Royal. This is my first time ever playing a Persona game. First time ever playing Persona 5. So please no spoilers, no backseating. Let me tell you what counts as backseating or spoilers. Literally anything that you are not 100% certain that we have reached is a spoiler or backseat. So just don't do it. Okay. If I need help, because that has happened before, I'm a little bit of a dumb, I will ask for it and you will know that I'm asking for help. Me saying, I wonder what's behind that door is not me asking for help. That's me doing streamer talk. That's me being like, I wonder what's behind that door. Let's go find out. Don't say anything. Me saying, seriously, help me. I've been wandering around for 10 minutes. I am so lost. Please help me. Pals, please, please help me. What do I do? Help me, please. That's me asking for help. I know there's a subtle difference, but yeah. Ro! Hi, Radical Ro. Welcome in. How are you doing? I joined at the correct time. What a beautiful voice. Oh, Ro, you're so sweet. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind and beautiful, Bublin. Thank you for the compliment. And thank you, Sweetest Strat, as well. Melodic as always. Thank you, incredibly Tommy. Thank you, Nick's Mato Slice, Jam Slice. All right, cuties. Let's jump in here. We are going to... I think it was this one. Level 17. I think it is this one. I think I specifically saved over this one so that we could do this. Doing great, Cupcake. Amazing. What you been up to, Radical Ro? Excuse me. And Val, spoiler alert, Tao is a cutie. Oh, my precious pals are cuties. Boppy, boppy, boppy. Hold on, I gotta press buttons. Okay, so first things first, we're going to catch up, because it's been a while since we've read this. We're going to read, if I can find, hold on, story, yes, yes! We're gonna read through what we've got here, and then I'm gonna tell you more about our second heist, where we are right now, okay? I did a random stream today and did 7 YCH drawings. That's awesome, bro. Oh my God, that's amazing. Did we obtain Shikuoji, or are we still working on him? I don't know who that is, so let's not elaborate in case that's a spoiler. Gonna play Repo soon, but wanted to be in your stream. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate the support, darling. It really is a privilege and a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the lurk, Cutie Itami. Appreciate ya. Valiant Vash, welcome in. Okay, we have one more song. We have another song request from lovely Vash. One moment, please. Get the lyrics up. All right. 1 second. You fought him, I remember. He was the tall. Oh, I was thinking of a character. Yeah, no, we haven't captured him yet. We haven't caught them all yet. All right. For Vash, let's sing some Witcher stuff real quick. These scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind a fortune. Damn what the stars own. Rend my heart open, then your love profess. A winding, weaving fate to which we both tone. You flee, my dreams come the morning. Your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm to find your heart, its passion displaced by ever-growing, hardening into stone. Amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dreams come the morning. Your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love that you might never have found? You flee, my dreams come the morning. Your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
There you go. I hope that was okay.
Thank you for the request, Valiant Bash. I appreciate you, sweetheart.
That was so beautiful. Yay. Even better singing. Oh, thank you, Nyx. Sweet Sir Jazzy. Thank you. Beautiful Bubba. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Aw, thank you, sweet star. I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, sweet star.
Okay. We're gonna read through these. I'm gonna do announcer voice for you. Announcer voice, narrator voice. And then I'm going to tell you where we are in this story, and then we'll move along, okay? It may not seem like it, but we sure have come a long way in this game. That's true, but I think we're still about 1/18 of the way through. Sounds good to me? Amazing. I just figured we haven't done this for a while, so this will bring everyone up to speed, okay? Tao's covering of that song is like my definitive version to me, and when I went to listen to the original, it just couldn't compare to Tao's double. You're kidding me! That's really sweet. Thank you, Doppel. That's very, very kind of you. That's very, very humbling. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The end of the Phantom Thieves. A black-clad figure dashes through an extravagant casino, carrying with him an extraordinary treasure. Guided by his teammates, the masked thief fights off bizarre monsters as he tries to escape from the casino. Unfortunately, the thief is cornered. He tries to flee by jumping through a window, but finds the police waiting for him outside and is captured. In a dark interrogation room, a young man, the masked thief, is questioned by multiple men. After being roughed up, he is told to sign an ambiguous confession with only one thing specified: his name, TauTassieTiger. A woman enters the interrogation room. She introduces herself as Sai Nijima, a public prosecutor trying to solve a complicated and strange case. Sai asks about the otherworld and stealing hearts. Tao, under the influence of drugs, recalls how his life got to where it is now. His memory drifts to April, before he became a phantom thief. Tao is found guilty of a crime he didn't commit and receives a criminal record. He is sent to Tokyo to serve out his probation under the care of Sojiro Sakura, an acquaintance of his parents. Tao dreams of a man named Igor and learns he must rebel against a fate of ruin. He also meets mysterious twins who instruct him to seek rehabilitation. His first morning at Shujin Academy, Tao meets Ryuji Sakamoto. The two wander into a strange castle where a self-declared king almost kills them. Luckily, Tao's persona awakens, and with the help of Morgana, all three manage to escape the castle. At Shujin, rumors circulate that volleyball coach Suguru Kamoshida is having an affair with student An Takamuki. However, his past success leads teachers to turn a blind eye. After finding themselves in a strange castle, Ryuji and Tao are threatened by a king who looks mysteriously like Kamoshida. They later learn this is his shadow, or true self. Within his palace, where the dark thoughts of distorted minds are brought to life, Ryuji's suspicions regarding Kamoshida's abuse and sexual harassment are confirmed. Once a star runner on the track team, Ryuji experienced Kamoshida's cruelty firsthand and wants to use what he saw in the palace to expose Kamoshida. But tragedy strikes. Unable to cope with Kamoshida's sexual harassment, she hosts Suzui, An's best friend. I'm literally remembering I need to turn on this reminder. Hold on. There we go. Back up. Unable to cope with Kamoshida's sexual harassment, Shiho Suzuri, An's best friend, leaps from the school roof, leading An to decide that enough is enough. Morgana then reveals they can change Kamoshida's heart by stealing the source of his desires, his treasure. And so, they return to the palace once again. The group defeats the palace ruler and steals his treasure, triggering the real Kamoshida to publicly apologize and turn himself in to the authorities. Realizing they can use their powers to help those who otherwise cannot help themselves, Tao and the others agree to continue their work as phantom thieves. Although they have some concerns about the future, their firm resolve pushes them forward into their lives as phantom pals. The phantom thieves of justice. Phantom pals! Okay, now, to catch us up to where we are in a more casual way, that got dark. Yes, it is actually that's a very dark one. This one's also pretty fucked up, but it's not, sexually harassing high school students. Dark. So where we are now trying to steal Madarame's heart. So that means we're in the art section. We're in the art section. Basically, it seems like, and has been proven actually, that this guy, Madarame, he is an old man who is very well known for his absolutely stunning and astonishing art. Very varied styles. Yes, he's a very talented artist. He's somehow, it's almost like he's mastered hundreds of different styles, completely disparate from one another. I wonder how he did that. Well, he didn't. He actually has been grooming like very talented high school students who are phenomenal artists to basically give their art to him, and he sells it as his own. And it's quite unfortunate because he basically views it as if they can't succeed by themselves and they come to me to help them succeed, as a very well-known artist and everything, they deserve to have their work taken. And fuck them. Fucked up. The VOD from yesterday will take a while to be uploaded. I am adjusting the color of the second half of the stream and rendering, and posting will take at least half a day. Oh shit! Sorry, Strat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it though. An artist farm. Dude is such a scam. He's such a scam. And in fact, our new friend over here, this guy right here, I forgot his name again, but he is the most recent victim of this, and he's uncovered his persona now. He's such a theater kid, dude. This boss fight can be annoying. Do you want a vague tip or just wing it? I'll wing it for now, Cutie Cyber. I'll probably do like 2 or 3 attempts, and if it doesn't work out, then I'll ask for help. But we still have to send the calling card. We actually haven't sent the calling card yet. With Kamoshida, they did a great job of the feeling of, oh God, what did he know? Wait, sorry, what did he do know? Oh, kind of feeling, learning more and more about how bad he was behaving. Oh, now what did he do now? Yes, kind of feeling, learning more and more about how bad he was behaving. True, that is true. I want to meet someone with, like that, a person with a lot of art styles. Yusuke, I think it is Yusuke. That's Yusuke, our art theater type kid who might be on the spectrum and is probably Ace. Also lobsters. Perfect. All right, let's send the calling card.
Then it's decided. Let's prepare the calling card at once. Hey.
That reminds me. We still don't have all the will seeds in the palace. Are you all right with that? We might be able to grab them on the day we steal the treasure, but that job comes first, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Oh, hold on. I do actually want the... Fuck.
Don't forget the calling card, okay?
I wanna find the last will seed. Y'all will get that joke later. Very good. Sounds good. All right.
Time to work. Let's do this.
Sorry, Ryuji, we are leaving your ass behind, buddy. Check your map for red spots and you'll find the will seed easier. Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. All right, red spots. Let's see, do we have anything? I wish I could pan up on, oh. Forget anything I just said there. Treasure haul? Red spots. Oh, is it where that X is? The only Yusuke I know is Yusuke Urameshi. Does that name ring a bell? No. Who is Yusuke Urameshi? Red means door won't open. Oh, okay, gotcha. Where I am? Wait, what? Oh, I found the upper main hall. I guess we gotta go there. Where are you, Cutie X? We'll find you.
Now, what do we do?
Spirit detective?
All right.
Oh man, it's been a while since we only did the demo of that. I don't know if I've... Oh, Yusuke! Urameshi! Spirit gun! Got it, sorry. I'm thinking of the, fuck, the demo we did. Fuck, sorry. But it has been at least a couple of decades since I've seen that. Fuck, okay, hold on. We're gonna do a little jog over here.
Oh, hey.
Okay. Ah, no, you don't see me. Ah. Yeah, okay. Ready? Oh, okay. Run. Fuck. I forgot how to do this. My bad. Okay. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. This doesn't count as the first battle of the day. It doesn't count as the first battle of the day. Finally got it. Proud of you. Thank you. Well, you start with not getting caught. Whatever. I mean, that's your preference, I guess. I remember UwU. We had the tsunami block with all the anime, and that really shaped my taste in anime. Yeah. No, it was also so unique at the time, right? Light wind damage. Not great.
Hold your ground. Go!
I got some fire. Everyone's gonna die before I... Oh, fuck, dude. No, this is bad. This is bad. I shouldn't have done this. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. We are definitely pretending that didn't happen. This, yeah, wow. Listen, guys, I'm not actually as bad as you think I am right now. I'm really sorry. Hold on. I didn't read what that said. Hold on. Turn the moment you enter the room. Only oh yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Never really expect you to pull anything stealthy, but that was a good attempt. I don't know if it was. I need to remember how this game works. We only play it once a week, so I wind up being an idiot half the time. Fuck! Ah, dude! Oh my god! I'm so impatient, man. Fuck, where are you? What? Oh my god. Safe room. Yeah, bitch. Okay, hold on. I'm going to be calmer. Joker to say. So, then I fucking die. All right, you would not believe that I've actually gotten this far by myself. It was an attempt, I say, to delude myself. Yes, exactly. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Is she? She's not even a hard thing. Oh, come on, please. Why are you laggy? Okay. Can I want to hide, like, right here. Okay. There.
Show me your true form.
That's how you do it. Pretend I did that. Yeah, we're just warming up. We're doing some stretches. We're gonna go on the run in a second. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's try this again. See, guys, I was just fooling you. I just wanted to make you think I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Practice round?
That's 4 enemies
X
down.
gets it, see? X gets me. Boom! Done! Okay, all right, now. So strong.
Okay.
I need to remember to register her. I really like her, she's cool.
So easy, I'm yawning.
Okay, is it possible that, can I, huh? Can I not, wait, what? It says there's a, is there like a, oh, a hole. We are warming up until our first victory. Now everything I do will be flawless. That is my guarantee to you.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Oh, this isn't quite, it's locked. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest space. Appreciate ya. A Zen outfit. You guys feeling more peaceful now? Fuck. Okay, never mind. I thought this was gonna be the spot. Oh, I wonder if we need to, oh, it looks like there's a second level that maybe we can get into. That part's locked though. Let's see. I wonder if have we gotten rid of all the monsters on this level yet? We got through here. No, there's, oh, wait a second. Is this, no. Yeah, I can't get through there, can I? We need to go back up, but there's a, thank you for the lure, Cutie X, appreciate ya. It looks like it must be on a lower level almost. Ooh, break. It's gotta, is there any other spot that I haven't hit yet? I wonder, besides, hold on, let me go to safe room and have a look. I just jumped on the first thing that was red, but I think I might have been wrong about that. Oh, no, I was not wrong about that. We have to find, yeah, it's literally the only spot, but I don't know how to get into that. Hey, Red, is this palace a place where you can get all of the will seeds before the treasure? I wonder if there's a puzzle I'm missing or something. I can't get through here. Yeah, once you beat a palace, it's gone forever, no return. Damn, okay. All the will seeds are obtainable on the first trip. Okay. I wonder if, can't go there. Maybe I do have to go down.
Hey.
I can't remember exactly how to get there. Maybe a grappling hook deal. Oh, yeah, you might actually, that makes sense. These almost look like something I could climb up or out of. Is there a grapply hooky? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's ringing. My grapple hook senses are tingling.
I can see it.
Ah, there. Oh, maybe that's, you are probably right about that. Whee! Spider-Man does whatever a Spider-Man does. Are we able to access that? We are not. We are still not able to access that. Although it kind of looks like it breaks off there. Maybe there's a secret. Maybe not first trip, but like once you explore the palace, you know. Yeah. So I should be able to get it now, which is probably why Morgana was like, you should be able to get that now. Go get it. What is this spicy sound? What's sizzling? Maybe a way to jump to it from the side? Yeah, maybe. Oh, that looks like I could almost get up there. Oh, he's a red boy. Hold on, I do not want to get ambushed by his ass.
Show me your true form.
Legit can't remember here? That's fair. This whole place is very much like a maze.
The first move's on.
Go down.
The music in all of these games. Banger.
Persona! Ravage them.
Cool. Looking cool, Joker.
Time. There.
Joker took one out. All right.
Let's go.
This is very good. Very good.
One shadow left.
Yeah.
Keep it going, Fox.
Okay, I don't remember what this guy's weakness is. I don't even know if I've got him pegged yet. But
Zoro, show your might.
nice, good crit.
Hold up.
Isn't that the point though? It should be confusing. Yeah, probably should. That is true actually. Let's just get him. God, he's so dramatic. Fucking Yusuke with his... While I remember, do you know about the confidant you need to max out to unlock the extra royal content? I would hate for you to miss out because you didn't know. Oh, no. I did not know that you have to max out a character for royal content. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh.
Okay.
No, yeah, I actually did not know about that. Is there a way to like without I guess you could probably tell me, assuming it's a character we've met before.
Indeed.
You could probably tell me which one needs to be maxed out, I guess, and I'll need to start working on them. I hope it's not too late for me to have maxed them out, but I'm not sure. Do you want us to tell you who they are or when they appear? No, not really, but I want you, if you can, I don't want to miss out on like content that specifically is for this version of the game, you know what I mean? You have plenty of time? Okay, that's good. The hard part is we can't tell you without spoiling. It is a character we've met. Do you want details or vague hints? Is it someone I'm able to currently, because there's a few characters that we've talked to, or that I've seen in cutscenes and stuff. Like I got big main character vibes from this red-headed, like literally like crimson red-haired girl. And she was super cute and I want to be her friend. But like her, for example, I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to talk to her yet, if that's her. I could tell you the arcana of the characters. Oh, that'd be good. Oh, she is new to Royal. Okay, she's new to Royal, but she's not necessarily the one you're talking about. So it's not someone who like comes up just by virtue of running around in the game. You have to seek them out someplace. Fuck, sorry, I need to figure out how to, how am I supposed to get to the, can I go back over there? I don't know if I want to. Ah! This whole place looks like I should be able to jump around and have fun, but I don't think I can. How do I get to that area over there? Yes and no. Meeting this person is entirely optional aside from, I think, one mandatory meeting. You do have to engage with the confidant, but they did appear in the story. Okay. I thought you could just swing past. Me too. I'm kind of confused about where I'm supposed to go here. Hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit. Go this way. I can put it in the Discord and spoiler it, and then you can decide yourself if you want to look. No, why don't you can just tell me here. Let me know without spoiling anything. Oh my God, seriously, bud? What's up? It's just a window. Are you fucking kidding me? We get in and out of places by windows, bud. What do you mean? It's just a window. Shit. Okay, I'm already a little bit lost here. Behold the outdoors. Okay. Does anybody have any idea how to get to this spot? This is me actually asking for help. I will always be clear about that. How am I supposed to get this will seed? Because I'm actually just genuinely not even sure how to access the area. Oh, you put it around to hide it? Okay, thank you, Cyber. That's because you're trying to mess with the exit route? Oh, okay. Am I even in the right, like, spot to start pursuing this will seed? Or not? More stuff to break. Love to break. Wait, that looks like something I should break. Let me break it. Let me break it. Yeah. Can I? No. I don't know which number will seed you're on. I think I'm on the third one. Yeah, I'm on the lowest one because I've got the top left, middle, and then I just need this bottom right greenish teal one.
Okay.
There'll be no turning back once we send the calling card. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, the final one. Google time, thank you. This is one of the greatest benefits to streaming and having you guys here is I get to be like, help me, I don't want to tab out. Someone help me, how do I get to it? I'll fight things while you find that out for me.
All right, the first move is ours.
Go down.
Great move, Joker. That's 2 knocks flat.
Okay, stop lagging. Thank you.
Ravage them.
Cool. Looking cool, Joker.
Lend me your
through.
power. Oh, I can't? Wait, are you not? Don't I have you? Inugami, yeah. Fuck, fine, okay. While we get to that, time to resend the Spider Tap Chronicle. Spider Tap Chronicle kit? Hi there, VX, welcome in. How you doing? I love that. That's such a cool splash. I remember doing it in my game, but it's been a while. That is totally fair. Spider Tap. No one knows why or how. She's so fast. She's so strong.
Okay.
But every stealth attempt has
so
gone
easy,
wrong.
I'm yawning.
Very good. Thank you, Strat. The blue whale seed of vanity is easy enough to find. Oh, okay. Will make me feel silly then, I guess. Once you reach the save room in the treasure chamber, keep going past until you reach a dead end. There's a powerful guard blocking the door. Defeat it and open the sealed door to find the blue whale seed. What? Huh? What? What? Wait, really? Is that not the... That was a copy and paste. I didn't... Oh, no, I know, dearest Doppel. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know that's a copy paste, sweetheart. No, I'm just teasing. But, like, is this not the door? Like, I don't actually... There's no other spots that I haven't found yet. Is there a key I should have at this point? Is that maybe the issue? That's the back end of the door. See, that's the problem. I actually can't... I don't know how to get to the other side there. Because I'm not sure which floor. It looks like it's on an underfloor, but I can't seem to get back to the underfloor. I guess I can go to the safe room and try and find it. First floor? Okay. All right, yeah. Let's try that. So it's main hall then. Yeah. It's not a key. I think you open the other side by getting behind it. It's a fast way back after getting the seed, I think. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, let's try it. Because I think... Oh. Yeah, that one doesn't work though.
This door doesn't open. We should look.
Let's see. The treasure room is over here. But I can't go there yet, right? That's because that's the actual treasure room.
It looks like.
Let us check the map as we go. Sure, maybe it's that way? This way.
Oh,
You're sensing something. Oh! Oh! Breakables! Yes! And now I wind up going up. Damn it, that's not right. I wonder if there's like a hole somewhere that I need to crawl through with my tiny lanky body. Oh, it stumped you too. Okay, at least it's not just me. There is a vent in this hall. Oh, there's a vent. There is a vent. Okay. Hold on. Let me be a little bit more careful. I'll walk through here more gingerly. Let's see here.
I can
suppose
feel it.
that's wait. I think this is... Wait, isn't this the same one that we went through before? Yeah, no, this is the same one we went through before. Lower part of the wall? Yeah. That's... So this one we went through before and got the treasure chest from.
6 months left to TauTassieTiger spin.
Hi, Cutie Ina! Sweetheart, thank you so very much. much for the resub. It means the world. Thank you so much. I can't believe it's been half a year already. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness, sweetheart. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you. Oh wait, can you cross the gap there? Hold on. Is that maybe what I fucked up on? I thought it was just the treasure chest. Ah! Oh! You guys are very, very smart cookies, all of you. Thank you. Okay, yay. Fucking hallelujah. Another vent? Thank you so fucking much. Oh, thank God we've done it. Yay, breakables. Yay, my reward of breakables. All right. Yes. Okay, hide. No, hide. Oh, button. Oh, thank God. Thank you so much, sweetie. Okay, there, we've opened that bit, and then there's a big bad guy down here somewhere.
Whoa!
What the? They got shadows here too?
I can feel a seed past this door. It might be a pain to get our hands on it, though. Yay! Thank you, cuties! I appreciate you!
Your will seed is ours.
Thank you so very much.
I can feel it.
I don't suppose if I go here, is there any way to be sneaky about this? No.
What do you want to do?
That one's gonna be tough. You guys ready? Go.
I remember this guard is a butt to fight. Fuck, okay. How did you roll? Know what? It doesn't even matter. Now that you've seen this place, you won't be leaving alive. Cutscene prompted fight. Okay, fair enough. Whoa!
What is that?
This room will only be your end. We'll be passing through. I don't know what voice I want to give him yet. You got this. Trust in the power of friendship.
I am thou.
Thou art I. Okay, that's not great.
Too slow.
That's not great.
Trouble landing his attacks.
Can you sleep? Can you sleep? Please sleep. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna need a second to...
Let's fix a bit of a dizzy spell.
Oh, this bitch. Yeah, this bitch. I'm already feeling like this to be a bitch. What is Dekaja? Removes all stat buffs for all foes. Oh. Decrease attack. Let's do that. Let's start with that. Alright, he's still snoozing. Oh. Nice. Get technical. Nice. Oh, let's fucking go! Oh, okay. Awakened God. What level are you, buddy?
That won't work right
Yeah,
now.
that makes sense. He is a boss. I just wanted to try my luck. Sent the confidant stuff in the Discord. You can check what arcana they are and when you need to max them out. Awesome! Thank you so much, sweetie. I appreciate it. Oh, thank God for a miss on all those. I don't even know what that would have done. Nocturnal Flash. You want dizzy? You want to be dizzy? Bitch. Fuck! I've wasted a turn. I hate that. We do really need a bit of a... Damn. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get ready.
I wanna...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! Hi, Terrific Try. How are you? Shit, we did not succeed in that. Vicious Strike. Medium physical damage. Powers up after a baton pass, which we haven't done. But...
Useless.
Fuck! He's immune to... Fuck! He's immune to the fucking... No! Bad! 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 Oh, I hate this fucking guy, dude.
Let's go.
Sleep, bitch! Sleep! No! What do you mean? Oh, God. No! What are you doing? Don't heal it! Don't heal it! Bad! Bad Morgana! Bad Morgana! It's all right, Terrific Try. Sweetheart, you are never late, nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you need to. How are you? Fuck. This is very unfortunate. We do that outside, Mona. Exactly. Newspaper. Your nose. Shit. What about fire? I don't know what you could possibly be weak to.
Sorry, I'm at my limit.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. 39 HP will kill him if I.
With beauty and grace.
Dude, you need to get some more skills, bruh. Why are we missing so much? Dude, this is so bad. Oh, nice. Status ailment removed. Let's go. Please sleep. Please sleep. Please sleep. Thank God. Oh, I need a second. I need a second to heal everyone. Please. Thank God. All right. Is this guy even weak to anything, I wonder? I guess, well, I'm sure somehow, but... Technical!
You're the best, Panther!
Whew.
Let's get serious!
This is such a stylish game. We will look back at this game in 30 years and still be like, this is a stylish game.
I am thou.
Oh, God, buddy. Accuracy, evasion. I think I'm literally gonna give that to him. I think he's my weak boy. My little weakling. Ow, 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 ow! Ow! No! No, stop it! No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Fuck! Ah! Dude, I can barely hang on here. And I've missed another sleep! No! Oh my God! Okay, canonically, Morgana's gonna feel like shit when he wakes up and realizes he's just killed on. I'm just saying. Fuck. He keeps picking Mona. It's so annoying. It is dripping with style. So true. You gotta switch off Ame no Uzume. Oh, I don't wanna. I need her. Oh, fuck no. Hold on a second. All allies. 50. MRE ration. I want something. It's gonna.
How do you want to do this?
Bruh, I really need to get a fan in this room. It is so hot in here. And it's like 18 outside, but this is a tiny room with my very hot PC in it, and it is like I am sweating. I am sweating. Fuck. Ooh, fully restores HP. If only she wasn't dead, then I would do that. Saint Saturnus, thank you so much for the sensor. How you doing? Welcome in. Okay.
This is my other self.
Hold on. I might just retry this because I think there's a better way to do this. At least everyone missed that time. Okay. You mentioned switching off of her. I don't even know what kind of goo this guy has. What kind of goo? And I want someone who will let me... What is evil touch? Let me see. High chance of fear. Right, okay. Let me see. Fray. What is Fray? I haven't seen that one. Light nuke damage? Nuke damage? What do we got to lose? He doesn't like nukes! Who would have thought? He doesn't like nukes! Of course! How could I have been such a fool? I didn't know that nuke damage was a thing until this very second. Oh my god.
Everyone, watch your health.
Oh my god, buddy. Okay.
Thank you.
Now we know nuke is what we want.
Let's go.
All right, buddy, you gotta res our girl. Nope, sorry. Life stone? Okay, no. Which one is it? Hold on. Soul drop. Snuff soul. Snuff soul? Soul food? Soma?
Awaiting orders, Joker.
I need more of these No, I don't. Wait, what? Oh, revival bead. Oh, and I've also got Revividrin, which are this. Okay, that's right. I did pick these up for a reason. The sucky thing is right now it's hard to have a persona that deals nuclear damage. Yeah, true. Okay, we did. Let's try that again. This time I'm gonna start with nuclear damage though. We might make this easier on ourselves.
Let's go.
All right. Clearly he likes to focus Morgana, so you get accuracy and evasion up. Why are we getting lag? Oh, bro!
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, that's right. Hold on. We want nukes! We want nukes! We want nukes! Please don't take that out of context.
You're mine.
What? Wait, no! Fuck, no! What are you doing, you fucking bitch? Morgana! Morgana! This is, I can see why you would struggle with this one. This is a very annoying boss.
Time for this.
Shit. In this palace, there's only 2 without training, and if done, the quest Ame no Uzume, bringing your usual count to 3.
Persona!
Please. Thank you. Oh my god! Basically, he hit us with a confusion. I hate it. Very annoying. Okay, let's recover, shall we?
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's a big help.
Yes, that is a big help. We're gonna do it. Sleep? Yes! Finally. You're gonna just give here. Let's have some evasion. Oh fuck! I forget that they get to heal when they're okay. Okay, you can't miss. He is asleep. Thank you.
Down! That was incredible, Joker!
More nukes, more nukes, more nukes, more nukes, more nukes! Where is this again? I want to heal everyone up as much as possible since the second this guy crits, he one-shots.
Persona!
Sleepy? Are you tired? Yes, you're tired. Yeah, yeah. Nice hit. Yay! I hate that he heals so much, but
You're mine.
really channeling Gandhi with all the enthusiasm. Shikyu Oji is a beast in this fight. Part of the reason why he's my GOAT. That is fair. I could definitely see that being a thing for sure. Okay, can we heal our weak little artist boy up all the way? And that is not me saying artists are weak. I am an artist as well. I would like to think of myself as not weak, but this artist boy, a bit weak. Yes, dude, I'm getting so lucky. I mean, it's all skill. The monster. Tired? Yeah, I'm tired. Tired of y'all kicking my ass. Exactly.
Go down.
Whoa.
Let's go.
Do not jinx it. Right, I will be quiet. I will not say anything. All right, now. Yeah. I wish there was like a rejuvenate. Sorry, I'm still stuck in WoW, but like a rejuvenate spell that I could put, and then for like 5 turns, it does like a little bit of healing. That would be really helpful, but no, at least not right now. We don't have that, so. How about wind damage? Oh, he's weak to wind! Oh, let's go! Oh, this is, okay, now wait, no, I'm not gonna jinx it. 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 I am not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna jinx it. You still sleepy, 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 sleepy! Saints at Darkness, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream, darling. Appreciate ya. As he found out when fighting him, he's immune to physical and gun, taking away one of his pot man's attacks and is neutral to psi. Yeah, okay. Woo, we got exemplary teamwork. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, that's great. I love the back-to-back. Nuke, wind, nuke, wind, nuke, wind. Okay, am I getting cocky if I... Is he gonna... Nope.
My other self.
Yes! Okay, that was much better. Much better. Yay! Woohoo! Let's get that will seed, and then we'll drop off a calling card. Let's go! What's our new skill? Rampage. Light physical damage to all foes 1 to 3 times. That's pretty cool. You know, it's funny, because if it's light physical damage 1 to 3 times, that probably winds up being pretty decent damage. Medium to high, perhaps. Will seed, will seed! God, these are so creepy looking. These look like Halloween masks. All right, calling card time. We will take away his will. Huh, I can see the resemblance.
Another will seed. And it looks like that's the last one, too.
It is. Great, okay. Just in time for a, ooh, it isn't time for a break. Sweethearts, every hour we go on a quick 3-minute break, and that is just so that you do not need to sit through ads. You really don't, because I walk away from the computer, therefore I am not making content, and I turn those on. Suggest you also walk away from the computer because it is healthy for you to move around. And when we get back, we are going to drop that calling card off, which is awesome. Have I gotten everything? I think I've gotten everything, haven't I?
Yes!
Nice. Oh yeah, check out the disc for the confidant stuff. Yeah, thank you, sweetie Cyber. I appreciate that. I will do that.
You're back. Yo.
Another box came for you.
Hey!
Oh yeah, we got our
Oh.
It's so funny to think of Joker as being like a muscle head. Okay. I'm a little bit bummed that I wasted a day by doing that, but I'm gonna study real quick and then we'll go to sleep and then we'll go on the break.
Wow!
We be smart. We be smart. I'm never gonna be more than learned. Okay. Calling card. Oh, hey. Hold on.
Ugh! We were able to grab a seat! Why don't you read something until we get there?
Let's go with social thought. Social norms can be broadly divided into 256 types?
This doesn't make any sense to me. Does the author even understand what they're saying?
Hey!
Hmm? Oh, I didn't realize how long you'd been reading. How far did you get? Seems like you still have some pages left. You should continue some other time. We're almost at the station. I'd say that was an efficient use of your time, though.
Gotta get the gains to lug a cat everywhere. That's true. That's a very good point. Unknown deliveries.
All right, let's begin.
Okay, let's begin homeroom. First, I have an announcement about an upcoming school event. As part of a city beautification project, the entire school will be participating in a public cleanup campaign. That means we're going to Inokashira Park to pick up some trash. Nobody wants to do that. Very non-community oriented of you. Settle down. The cleanup will take place next week, on the 30th. All students are to wear their gym uniforms during the event, so don't forget to dress the part. Everybody disliked that, true. You guys hear about this cleanup bullshit at Inokashira Park? I guess it's the principal's idea. Damage control after Kamoshida scandaled up the school's rep. Pretty sure scandal's not a verb. But I get what you mean. Even the counseling stuff seems like a desperate move. They're scrambling. All the girls in our class have been freaking out over this new guy too. I've been hearing Maruki's hot, kind, sensitive. Basically everyone thinks he's their type. Whoa, I guess he's pretty popular then, huh? Oh, yeah, did you guys go to his counseling yet? Oh, shit, I forgot. But I don't know, I don't really feel like going. You know what I mean, right, Tao? I already went. Whoa, really? You should just go already. If your slacking draws attention to us, we're the ones who will have to pay for it. Fine. Look at your son, Tao. He's making new verbs. He knows that mommy is an ESL teacher.
It's open.
Come on in.
What's up? Hey there.
Sakamoto-kun, here for a counseling session. Well, it's not like I wanted to or nothing. Sorry you were forced into this. But anyway, come in, come in. I did announce the break, but I didn't take it. I was waiting until we got past, once we got like into the game so that I could have a pause moment, but I haven't gotten there yet. But this might take a little bit, so we shall go on the break indeed. All right, cuties. Yes, please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
You became what you swore to destroy. I am on the dark side now. Dark coffee. No, actually, I don't like dark coffee. I want mochas. Mochas or dark chocolate. That is it. Eon, how dare. This is so Tao and I match. You're not bald, are you, Eon? Did you cut off your hair? Oh, it's so gooey and I love it. It's so squish. I love, oh, look at it. Oh, look, imagine it's got a little face on it. A little face and you go, little cheeks. Ooh,
Forget you saw anything. I wasn't expecting, whoa. Store, thank you for the jump scare. After the con, Tao is back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. Okay, tism butt. Ooh, yes, exactly. Love to go for the tism. A cat.
take his head privileges. You'll get your head back at the end of the week if you're good. You evil one. It's crazy. Having a mocha just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of but apparently having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes me evil. Note to self. Some people have different reactions to like alcohol, not me. I have different reactions to what direction the caffeine comes from. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scufflings. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song. Oh, that's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. No. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't do well, I'm a
Well done defeating the boss cutie patooties. Oh, well done indeed. Hello, cutie pies. Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you for returning to me. I have missed you. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Sweet Seti. Welcome back, Beautiful Bublin. Welcome back. Welcome back, Dearest Dustin. Welcome back, Bix Potato Slice Jam Slice. Uppies. Yay! Good Neeks. All right. Also, Saber, thank you so much for the that is actually perfectly vague enough. Love that you put the just the confidant names and then also like the dates. I'm actually gonna shrink this up so that I can see it in the corner of my screen because I will need to refer to it. Because that's the thing, I don't want to like have no backseating and no spoilers at the cost of not actually playing the game. You know what I mean? So this is perfect. Thank you, Kitty Cyber. Sweetest Space Cat, welcome back, honey. Appies. Yee. Good space. Sweetest So Jazzy, welcome back, Cutie Pie. Sweetest Soto. Tao finally got her son to therapy. I did. I'm so proud. Could you check the art channel? Sure. Let me check. Typically, I don't look at art stuff unless we're like in just chatting, like our beginning or very end, or if it's for our art day, because it's, let's see, sketch one. That's very cute. I love that. Let's see. And then the little happy face. Love the sketch too. Those are great, sweetheart. You did awesome. They look awesome. Excellent work. Excellent work. Yeah, great job. Very cute. Very, very cute. Alrighty. Got it. Good to know. Yeah. Thank you, though, Sweet Space. Appreciate you. Okay. Oh, why's that? I mean, I don't really go see teachers unless they want to chew me out for doing something wrong. Oh, I'm not a teacher here. If anything, well, I'm here to be on the students' side. Oh, yeah? So, am I supposed to tell you about Kamoshida now?
Well...
Oh, no, this isn't some kind of interrogation. Uncle Bika! Hi there, beautiful Bika. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, sweetheart. You're free to just kick back and talk about whatever you want. Like what?
How about it?
How about, is there anyone in your class that you like? That's not exactly easy to talk about either. And it's not like there is anybody.
Sorry.
Sorry. I just meant you're in the middle of your teenage years and all that, right? High schoolers are just discovering romance and all, so... That how it went for you? This is going so poorly. Not exactly. But, that's just because I fell in love with my studies first. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be hearing you out, but instead I'm just bringing down the room. Oh, how about this instead? What do you do in your free time, Sakamoto-kun? Kun? On the weekend, after school? I hang out with my buds mostly, though I just started doing that recently. Before that, I was just pissed all the time, and even before that, I was only all about the track team. So, is your leg better now? Oh, so you know about that too?
Ooh-wee! The Rip Tiger girl be eavesdropping on those two fellas over there talking about high school things and whatnot.
Oh my God. Yes, I'm eavesdropping. Welcome in, sweetie. Thank you for the TTS. How you doing? I like Maruki. He's such a gentle dude. He is. When that started to go off, I was like, Ryuji? Did something go wrong with your voice box? Well, yeah, pretty much. So long as I don't strain it or nothing. I see. You really do enjoy running, don't you? Guess so. I mean, after all that training I did, it kind of makes sense I'd like it. I'd be training constantly, getting sweet times at meets along with everyone else. Eventually, I was gonna get my hands on some running scholarships to make it easier on my mom. But All of that is in the past now. It's cool though. I got way more important shit to do now. More important, huh? Well, no matter what path you might have to take to get there, I hope your track dreams will still do you some good in the end.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I know.
And you know what they say, right? If you wish hard enough, your dreams can come true.
What the hell?
Huh? You trying to sell me some kind of line now? Oh, no. This is actually a genuine phenomenon, with a lot of research going into it, even now. Look at it this way, Sakamoto-kun. What do you want the most out of life, right now? I want something to drink, I guess. Huh? What? I lucked into a coupon for a free can of apple juice at the convenience store this morning, and now I'd like for you to have it. Thanks? See? Your wish came true. Yeah. Hey, and Dr. Mario, Doc, anyone ever tell you you're kinda, not normal? You think so? Oh, could that be a compliment coming from you? No. Oh. These two are so awkward, but he's so sweet. He's so sweet.
Hey, only 12 days before the exhibit ends. Aren't you gonna send the calling card?
I am gonna send the calling card. One of my favorite interactions in the game, that is. It's really cute. No? Thine? Do not compliment. You? Thee? Ye? Are you proud of your son, Tao? I mean, I guess so. He's a bit emotionally stunted, but that's okay. He's like his mama. Whoa, hello? Are you, is this Makoto?
Oh. Are you alone today? I had heard you were quite the troublemaker, but you seem to be behaving yourself.
Her face is literally in that book. Like, actually cannot see where she's going. All right. Let me see. Send the calling. She's following me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. All right. Calling card. I wonder. Am I dumb? Am I supposed to? Hold on. What's the assist? Nat 1 stealth robo. We love her anyway. Exactly right. Sent the calling card. I'd really like to. Oh! Right, gotta go to the hideout, I think. Sorry. Nope, wrong button. This button.
Hey, we're all here.
Come on! Let's hurry up and send the goddamn calling card already!
Then it's decided. Let's prepare the calling card at once.
A calling card, huh? Really take it seriously.
Brain no function. Complement disrupt processing.
He is famous after all. He has often received slanderous letters till now as well.
He'll know best whether the crime written on it is for real or not.
Wait, are you going to write it again, Ryuji? That last one was questionable at best.
You should do it then, Yusuke. Oh, make it really artistic and stuff.
Oh, I hope he draws a picture of
It'll end with
him like picking his
figuring
nose
it
or
out.
something.
He knows my drawing and writing styles all too well.
Oh, then I'll think it up and you make it cooler.
Designing a calling card. Interesting. It shall become proof that the phantom thieves do exist.
It's decided then.
Great! All that's left is to make the treasure ours. You guys better come fully prepared.
Maid, thank you for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge. PPP! PPP! Yo, I tried changing the chat icon. Looks the same to me. Maybe it's just for the group that doesn't show up in here. Well, you should take a look later. It's that Phantom Thieves logo I had Yusuke draw for us. The calling card turned out great because of him, too. Anyway, this is the first job for the Phantom Thieves. We really can't screw this up, okay? I am not underestimating anything, I assure you. And make sure Yusuke gets a lot of rest today, okay? Yeah. Well, see y'all tomorrow. Got it. See you tomorrow. Melody! Thank you for contributing to the community game challenge, honey. I appreciate it. Am I allowed to go outside here? I don't think I am. Outside?
Hey, wait!
Damn, yeah, no. Hello, lovely lab. How you doing? Sojiro! You seem different. Did you always have that scowl on your face? Nothing goes your way in life. You'll end up failing if you tense up like that. 1 second. I need to have... I'm gonna unhide all of these very considerate spoiler thingies from Cutie Sliber. And I'm gonna see if Justice, Faith, Counselor. Let me look at my Justice. Who's Justice? Oh, hold on. I was looking at the wrong spot. Oh, I don't know if I have a Justice one right now. Counselor is, of course, Maruki. And then Faith. Oh, I don't have Faith either. Oh. I don't have any of them right now besides... I guess I have to focus on Maruki until I get access to Justice and Faith. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Huh, there's more characters I haven't met yet. Interesting. I shouldn't be surprised, I guess, but... what can we do? Maybe we'll... What did everybody do this evening? Mishima Kawakami? Who is that again? Yoshida Iwai. I think I might actually go make some tools, to be honest. We are running low on our lockpicks.
Okay.
Lockpick time! Wait, what? Oh.
Yeah.
I see. I see. Make some more of them. Yay!
Yes.
Yeah.
Refilled a bit on that. What does this do for us? Oh, this is proficiency. Oh, that's a proficiency thing. Okay. I didn't realize that. Here we go.
We meet again.
Oh, Makoto.
It appears you're lying low lately. What's with the change?
I'm acting the same as usual.
Really? Is it just my imagination then? Anyhow, I wish the culprit would come forward soon. It's absurd to pretend I can do the police's job. I wish he considered my feelings before asking me this.
Pardon me, sir. There's a matter we need to notify you about.
Please excuse me for a moment.
Subtle as an air horn, that girl. That's true.
We found this outside.
A letter?
It's, Sir Ichiriyusai Madarame, a great sinner of vanity whose talent has been exhausted. You are an artist who uses his authority to shamelessly steal the ideas of his pupils. We have decided to make you confess all your crimes with your own mouth. We will take your distorted desires without fail. From the Phantom Thieves.
The Phantom Pals, sir!
Whose doing is this?
We don't know. The same letter's been posted everywhere.
What about the security cameras?
There were no signs of the culprit. All we saw was a cat in the recordings.
Remove these at once!
Incredible.
Of course.
Good job, Morgana.
What now?
It's about this affecting the exhibit. We believe it's just a prank, but what of the mass media?
Are you insinuating that this slander is true?
Of course not.
Tao, your caffeine-induced brain might make my coworkers think I'm insane. Why? Are you listening to me out loud? Is that why? Ooh.
It's those damn brats doing, isn't it? Well, it means nothing.
Hi everybody. Hello to Lav's friends and who are co-workers. Hello, I hope you have a great day. Please take good care of Lav.
Oh. Okay, he's angry.
Will that do?
Looks like it.
It was perfect. The composition was way cooler too.
The treasure should appear right about now.
I set my Phantom Thieves name to Ryuji, so all the calling cards say from Ryuji at the end. I like that a lot, Cyber. So I have bad news and worse news. Oh God, Strat, no! Tell me the bad news. Let's read the bad news as we're falling down the well. Go ahead.
You better enjoy the air of freedom while you still can, old man. Anyways, did you guys check online? People are already talking about that calling card. We'll show them. We're gonna surprise them all.
I'm sure you know, but we only get one shot to pull this off.
Let's do this.
It'll be fine. We managed last time too.
You have no reservations about this either, right, Yusuke?
Of course not. We'll do this.
Get her done.
The atmosphere in here seems significantly different.
I mean, we did basically declare war on him by sending that card. But there's nothing to fear. We've secured a route and we're ready to go. We'll take the treasure in style.
Ooh, it's all pulsy. Okay, main hall probably? Treasure hall? Main hall, main hall. This has been fun, but I must sleep. Absolutely, beautiful Blue. Thank you so very much for coming on in. I appreciate you. Thank you for the save. We will indeed save. Thanks, honey bun. But honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for joining us. Bad news, I have surprise guests. Worse news, they seem to plan to stay over. Strat! Ah! I need you to get your own place. I know that's easier said than done, but holy shit. I'm so thankful the only one who could hear you was a friend who really doesn't care what I watch. No! No! I wished everyone a good day, though. It's a Sunday. I need my time, Tao. I don't want to entertain people. I want some entertainment. And you deserve that. It's fucked that you have to do this. I'll tell them that for you.
Okay, sounds good, lovely Lav. Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
It seems there are vermin sniffing around here, but we'll have to endure until the exhibit ends. Those impertinent whelps. I'll make them regret ever angering me.
It looks like.
It seems attacking from this direction will not be easy. Okay, we're going up. We're going up this way. Ooh, breakables, yes! Oh, fuck! Oh, God, that scared me. I forgot that we have these. Okay. I haven't done this, properly yet, so wish me luck.
I lend it.
It's tenacious.
It's groaning. Fuck.
Should have done it.
Damn it.
Sona, go now.
How do you feel about nukes? Oh, yes! Okay, okay, nuke good, nuke good. I need more people to have nuke capability. Oh wait, did we beat it?
All right.
Oh, let's go!
Stylish victory.
What did we get from that? I actually didn't pay attention. Oh, that's right. We actually have a place we have to go for the. Where's the fucking? Oh, not there. Brakes! I guess I will have to go shopping in a bit. Going to get changed. Feedback in a while. Mostly lurking though. Oh, sweetest Strat. I'm so sorry. Oh, we gotta say no to our parents. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Okay, where the fuck is the... Oh, it's here. There we go. The controls are in this room. I remember now. Wait. No, this isn't it. Oh! Oh, I have to... Wait, do I have to swing across? I think that is what I have to do. Yeah, no. I gotta... One second.
This door won't open.
Wait, fucked it. Break it. Ooh, more breakies. All right, let me just teleport to the spot.
Yes.
Assuming I know where I'm going. Okay. Is it the upper main hall? I think it is. I think that's... Yeah, that's it. Hey there, Radical Ragnar. It's great to see you, sweetheart. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay. I need to get up. There. Is this the right spot now? Am I going in the right direction? Oh, there's an exclamation point there, so I think it is. Yes, this is it. There we go. There's my crane controls. Been getting better. How about you? That's wonderful, sweet Ragnar. I'm so happy to hear that. But yes, I am doing well. I am doing very well. No, not my parent. Mom is just as annoyed, but we have to deal with it. They came to visit from pretty far, and we happen to be on the way. A heads up would have been appreciated. Yeah, no kidding. That's so rude, dude. Oh my God. I'd actually genuinely, even if I were going through town, and like a friend or a family member was there, I think this might be a cultural difference, but I would not want to impose so badly that I would probably sleep in my car over like disrupting them. Like I would let them know that I was there, but I'd be like, hey, do you wanna, have dinner with me or something like that? And then I would go sleep in my car. And if they really wanted me to stay over, they could volunteer that, but I would not bring it up. I would not be like, oh, I'm just gonna sleep in my car, woe is me. Yeah, but I would hate to impose like that. That sucks. It's finally time! There will be no turning back once we begin the operation. And if worst comes to worst, we might have to fight.
Joker.
That's right! Are you ready, Joker?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Yes.
Okay! Everyone to your positions!
There's an enemy inside, just as expected.
I mean, we've done a ton in here. It ain't surprising. Anyway, I'm gonna try and draw it out, so I'll leave the switch to you guys.
Will you be okay? What if it catches up to you?
Don't underestimate an ex-runner. I'm definitely gonna shake it off.
Cute.
Hey! There's some weird people over here! Hey! I need some help!
What's the matter?
You better make it, Skull.
Oh my God,
good?
Morgana!
Yeah, it's perfect.
You seem to be enjoying this.
Only the best can appreciate these critical moments. Plus, this feels like we're really phantom thieves.
We'll be counting on you, Mona. And Panther as well.
Exactly, sweet Strat. Thank you for the lurk, honey.
There's Fox's signal. That means they're ready to go. Good luck, everyone. Let's do this.
Morgana can fly!
Joker, no!
That's...
Sorry for the wait.
My bad. It took me ages to get that guy off my trail.
Wait, where's Mona?
touching treasure.
Let's go.
Let us reconvene with Mona. Uh-oh. I'm sure something bad's gonna happen. Guarantee it. Ooh, that is a big thing.
How's that for a skilled plan?
That was amazing, Mona! Lord Madarame, the piece is gone!
How dare those vermin! But now we'll corner them like the rats they are! Lock all the doors at once. They have nowhere to run!
Hey.
So, what'd the treasure turn out being? I'm guessing it's a painting based on the shape. We can look at it later. For now, we must escape.
Yeah, it's time to go!
I forgot Matthew Mercer voices Yusuke. He does indeed. So I was wondering why I was feeling way more drained than normal. It's 30 degrees. I am so fucking hot too. Oh, I'm so miserable in the heat, dude. I'm not good at it. Escape the palace, huh? I don't suppose I can find a safe room and... Uh-oh. Dude, no way. It's not opening?
Seriously?
I heard sounds coming from the crane. Check up above.
Whoa! What do we do?
You don't got a plan about how to get out of here? What kind of master thief are you? In any case, let us search for another way out. We must escape. Okay, maybe the fucking window that everyone told me to ignore. That's not my palace, by the way. That's everyone is Ryuji. Ryuji is my world. I'm just kidding. He's not. Oh, a window! But where's it go?
Let's go.
Now is no time to be lost in thought. We must go. It's finally time for the window! Aw, yeah.
Whoa, this shit's real high up.
But at least we're outside. Is there a way down out here?
Madarame's anger at the art being gone is pretty close to how art thieves react to finding their stolen posts have been removed. That's actually true, Monstera. That's so true. I think it's so funny how ridiculous Mona looks right now with the piece on his back. Can we jump up here? That's a pretty far jump. That's an even farther jump. All right, down we go, baby. Down we go. Anything over here? Nope. Keep on going down the stairs. Or not. Maybe down here? Yeah. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Is this another portal to an unknown destination?
He's acting like he's the British Museum.
We don't have time to lose. Just go through it. Now's our chance.
For real? But I guess there's no other way.
Nobody will know there's a cat there if all they see is the art running around.
The courtyard?
I knew it. All that security would have been meaningless if it just led back inside.
Third Eye's your friend. I do need to remember to use that more, actually. He looks like an accessory to one of those huge wind sailing kites. He does, actually.
It seems we managed to escape their siege.
Oh, fuck, sorry, I didn't mean to skip that.
Let's take a look at this treasure.
Uh-oh, I bet it's a fake. I bet you it's a fake.
Treasure. Huh?
Uh-oh, it's probably... Oh,
this
shit!
Is the treasure?
Oh, no, it is a fake.
Get back!
Whoa!
Damn.
Meddlesome vermin. Is this what you're looking for?
The irony of it being a fake from this guy.
Trap me like some kind of mouse.
So you had a fake prepped, huh?
Counterfeits are accepted in the world of Japanese art.
Only the best of crayon scribbles, truly a treasured painting of the ages. We've been tricked, backstabbed, and quite possibly bamboozled. Persona Lenny face? Uh-huh, exactly.
What made you change like this? Is it because you became famous?
I was never any different, he says.
Can't you understand how much it pains me to inquire about the crimes of my foster father?
Now that I think back, the only reason why I took you in was due to my ties with your mother. That woman never lost her passion for painting, even after her husband died. Her skills and talents were quite astonishing. That's why I decided to look after her. Your mother and the artwork she created, they're all my works of art.
Oh, he's never been an artist.
How low can you sink?
I suppose I can grant you a gift before you die.
Ah,
a glimpse
yep.
of the genuine
He was
Sayuri.
never an artist at all.
Genuine? That's the real Sayuri?
Oh, and it's him.
This
He's the
can't be.
baby. Aww.
Indeed it is. This was painted by your mother. It's a portrait of herself.
Babu
Woman
Yusuke.
who knew her death was coming painted her last wishes for the son she would leave behind. That is the truth behind the mystery of Sayuri's
Bruh, that's so
expression.
sad.
You stole something that personal?
Yeah, man.
I knew at first glance.
Dude, that's kind of like if your adopted family wrote a book from their perspective, but it's actually journals from your deceased parents and they were writing about you. Like, and then just being like, you should read my book. Now that I've adopted you, you should read my book. I think you'd really enjoy it. And it really, and shockingly, it really resonates with you. It's beautiful, brings a tear to your eye. You're like, this feels so, I connect with this on the most like personal level. And they're just like, yeah, but it's just my story. And then like 20 years later, you find out that actually they just replaced any of your name in there. They just took credit for your parents' work. Crazy. It's a really good reveal, Jazzy. Yeah. I'll give you a discount. Buy my book.
I knew it'd be a huge success if I added a touch to the painting and announced it under my name.
That's
But the baby in the picture. Why did you paint over?
because I don't like
It
babies.
was all to stage it. If the babe is erased, the reason for the woman's expression will become a mystery.
This guy
That
sucks.
is what the general public is drawn to. Each of those parasitic critics wrote the same thing.
I always felt something was off about all this. Now I know what it is. If you really treasured that painting, you wouldn't even think about replicating it for profit. You don't love art at all!
Though you have a real treasure, your true skills are nothing more than those scribbles on that fake.
It makes me laugh, asshole!
So you'll defy me no matter what. Well then, since you're my work of art, Yusuke, I'm going to reap you for the sake of my future.
Oh my god, that's
Along with
fucked.
those insolent friends of yours there.
Vote him off the island, Tao.
Mother and son like they're objects. You're inhuman.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Fox?
Poor
I've
Fox.
heard that you destroy your art once they outlive their usefulness. Did that include my mother as well?
Wait, did he kill his mom?
She just so happened to have a seizure in front of me. That's when a thought crossed my mind. If I don't call for help and leave her be, I could
my
obtain
God!
her painting without any strings attached.
No. You let her die?
She was physically weak. No one would doubt if she just dropped dead because of a seizure. Above all, Yusuke, didn't you think it was odd that I discovered your talent when you were only 3?
Bruh.
The reason why I kept you around was to keep you from realizing the truth behind Sayuri.
You killed her.
That's so
The
fucked
artistic talents
up.
you inherited from your mother were a delightful miscalculation, though. If I'm to steal ideas, it's much easier robbing the future of brats who won't talk back than adults. It's thanks to you that I came up with the idea. You have my gratitude.
Uh-oh, he's going crazy.
Yusuke?
I thank you, Madarame.
Buddy?
Every reason for me to forgive you has disappeared without a trace at this very moment. You aren't some rotten artist. You're a despicable fiend who wears the skin of an artist.
All you good-for-nothings barging into my museum and doing whatever the hell you want.
Wow, dude, that's crazy.
Regulations make the rules. Those who don't, follow them. Not to mention, the value of art is all subjective. I make the rules in the art scene. I am the supreme being. I am the god of the art world.
This isn't good. Get back.
Uh-oh. Bruh, holy. Ew, 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 stop melting, ew. Uh-oh. Oh.
Hello, motherfucker.
There is a world the mediocre cannot understand.
Yucky!
Now, let's begin, you vermin.
You use others for your own despicable desires, Madarame. You aren't even worth the art you create.
That's crazy, bruh.
There's no telling what'll try.
Wow. I'm just like genuinely really shocked at like this game is so well written, dude. Also, hello motherfucker. Hi, dearest Adali. How you doing? Hit him with the paint thinner. I love that. Yes, let's hit him with the paint thinner. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out. Break over. All good, lovely Lav. Thank you so very much for coming in, honey. Have a great remainder of your work day. We'll see you soon. What is that whack-ass porn stash? You know what? I think, you know what? You bring this to my attention. We're gonna kill that first. That's pretty yucky. Ew. I don't want the tongue. Surely fire would like. This guy's got a talent for picking people to attack that are resistant to his attacks.
Prepare yourself.
Whoa! Okay, I wonder if that's just because it was him who did the attack, or if it's because this thing is weak to physical damage. But anyway. I think I'm gonna switch, actually. I want someone who can do multiple. Do I have anybody who does multiple physical
Hit
damage?
him with a dip from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, exactly, Nex, exactly. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. Oh, I'm glad you're having fun watching YouTube with your mom, dearest Dally. Punch his mouth in the face! Don't mind if I do. You may have noticed, but each portrait has different strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I actually did not notice that. I am not observant enough for that. But let's not elaborate anymore, because that's kind of backseating to say that, since I haven't noticed it yet. It's kind of like being like, oh, don't forget that his weakness is fire. You know what I mean? Breaking him apart. Heck yeah. Yeah. What is Evil Touch again? Oh, that's right. One foe. Nah. Do I have a Polimpa? Confuse. Is Giant Slice something that's just one foe too? I have, I'm sure. Thanks, Cutie Doppel. Appreciate you. Okay, we're bringing her back.
Ravage them.
Nice. Oh, shit. Ew, don't heal your nose.
They regenerated? Damn it. Those things can come back if we don't take them down at once?
Oh, fuck.
My defense is low right now.
Much thanks.
Let's top everybody up real quick. Okay, we'll keep on trying. Oh, yikes. That was a pretty hard hit. Oh, no, wait. No, that's healing them. Fuck, I didn't realize until just now. Oh, I'm so slow. I'm so slow. My bad. Okay. Heading off for the night. Oh, good, sweetest Solar. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for dropping in. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you for the lurk. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb, boop. Bah. Wait, who am I playing as right now? Oh, I mean, it was me.
You're mine.
Wait, does that?
I'll slather you with
Okay, hold on. The eyes are... What is happening? Weak to all affinities.
What is this attack?
Uh-oh.
There has to be more than just our color changing. We should be cautious.
Yikes! Okay, I really need to help Morgana here. Do we have a... Actually, I think it might be... No, I think...
What's the plan?
I think Panther On's... the attack that I want to use is a debuff, but I think it only debuffs the enemy. I don't think that it removes debuffs from my team, so... we don't have that issue. Fuck. The most we can do is probably heal up. Yeah, okay, so removes all stat buffs for all foes. Decrease attack, you know what? Oh, fuck. Yikes! Oh, nice miss, bitch! Okay, we're not doing that one anymore. Light ice damage to one foe. I think, was it this one? No, that's a heal! Fuck! Oh, I gotta remember the...
I don't like the look of this.
I gotta get that right. Oh, actually, we haven't tried electric. Okay, mouth is not thrilled with it, but eyes love it. Damn it. Okay. Legitimately uncomfy, well designed, but gross. Yes, true. Very true.
Comeback with style and grace.
Oh, fuck. I kind of feel like I need to heal Morgana up.
Thank you.
The nose is twitching? That is so uncomfortable. Yikes, okay.
Let's go.
Okay. We're going through this painfully. Ready? Painful time. Okay. We know that that one heals from that. What about this? What about the mouth? Okay. Mouth is damaged by that. That's good. What is Baisudi? Which one is which? Okay, nose goes down. Ow. Fuck, what are these eyes weak to, dude? They are healed from physical stuff, I think.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's a big help.
Memories have been resparked. Very good. Okay. I don't remember. Let me see. Are these weak to fire? Fuck, they just heal. Actually, hold on a second. I wonder if we just do... Okay. Okay, wait. Physical attacks. Okay. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to... The other
That paint
two
coating
bits.
attack is a real hassle. What's the plan?
Tactical chili oil needed. Want help? No, that's okay. Use that. Let's try it.
Isn't that the same thing Madarame's been using? Let's try covering him with paint.
This is the ultimate form of ours.
I don't have an idea for a persona yet, and this design looks gross, but I like the concept, might use it, but I'll do it better. Yeah, that's a fair idea. I didn't know about the paint. Ooh, I wonder if that's a thing that they added in Royal. I think. Yes, okay.
My defense is low right now. Panther, your defense has been lowered.
Come on. Fuck.
Let's paint over him.
Let's try it. Let's see what happens.
Me. Yep. You're covered in paint. I don't like the look of this.
Nice.
Stupid press.
Huh?
How could I?
Yes. Oh. Go, Morgana, go. Damn, I'm so close. He's gonna res something though. Oh, is that their eyeball? Okay. Weak to all affinities. Nice. Haha, gotcha, beats.
My powers, they're suddenly draining.
How's it feel?
My defense is low right now.
It's okay. Oh! What? Where'd the gun come from? Where'd the gun come from? I didn't press the gun button.
Madarame's out.
Hold up. Oh, everyone's got him.
I'm the great
Gunpoint.
Madarame. The Madarame who gathers a full crowd every time he opens an exhibit.
The gun is Joker's physical crit animation. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I just don't use physical attacks very much, so I don't think I've seen it yet. Critical hit animations for normal attacks have you do a fancy combo that ends with a gunshot. Very cool. Okay. Second Amendment power. Alakablam, exactly. Everyone has that as part of their crit, weak physical animation. Oh, okay, interesting. That is the ultimate form of art, he says, as he covers someone with black paint. Really tells you how he feels about art. That's true. Good point, Nix.
I'm not someone that worthless brats like you are allowed to defy.
Enough of your egotistic ranting. Taste the wrath of all those you preyed upon. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. Oh.
I'm the great artist, Madarame. If you brats can't fathom that, then you'll witness it for yourselves. Behold, my mastercraft.
Uh-oh. More like master crap, am I right? Oh my god, look at all the counterfeits.
He made copies of himself?
Oh, fuck. Oh shit, they're gonna test my knowledge of weaknesses now. Uh-oh.
I see. Creating duplicates is his specialty.
Sona.
Okay, let's see here.
There.
Ow, wait, who the fuck?
Joker.
Who hit? What was that? Uh-oh. I think they are basically saying that I need to... Because that backfired. I hit someone and it backfired. Oh, what about this? Oh, blocks. Never mind. It's tragic. Okay, let's do one. Hold on. I'm gonna. Okay. Wind. Thanks, Morgana. Shut up. Okay. I'm gonna go look at my personas and I'm gonna learn on the fly my weaknesses and strengths. So we're looking for wind persona weak to what? Let me see. Wind persona weak to lightning. Do you have lightning? Okay. Well, what about what is a? So does that mean no? Hold on. I have to. Fuck. I want to check out the other ones. Damn it. Who's weak to wind then? It's not lightning, is it? What about you? Okay, just a little bit of damage. Also, I need to heal Joker. We're gonna die, so yeah. 2 bounce. You have a button somewhere to check enemy weaknesses and strengths. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, unfortunately for me. Okay, this one repel. Okay, fire repels. That's what happened. This guy repelled my electricity. This guy's allergic to electricity. Okay.
This is my other self.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that this guy's hopefully allergic to ice. Yes.
Oh, nice one, Fox.
Let's go.
Is there giant slice vicious strike? I wonder if we do a. Oh, okay.
You dare defy an esteemed elder? May you all be frozen in fear. You angered me.
Yikes.
Are you alright?
Take this.
You fuck no! You killed my girl. You bastard.
rats.
Oh, this is not good. I fucked up a little. Sweetest Face, thank you for the care package.
Take this.
Good one, Fox.
Ooh, very good one.
I won't forgive you. Disappear from my sight without a trace.
Okay, I have changed my mind on this. I need to take each one of them out because I didn't realize how. Ooh, thank you for feeding me, Cutie Space.
Strikes like a flash of lightning. And now you'll taste it for yourselves. Take this.
Not bad if I say so
Wow,
myself.
good job. Okay.
Go down.
Do any of these deflect? Oh, they do. They do deflect. That's not great.
Stop this. Is this how you show your gratitude to the man who raised you?
Maybe.
Silence! Don't waste your breath.
Oh, fuck, I'm frozen. Oh, I got rid of one of them, though. That's good.
I would go
okay,
for your butt,
I
probably.
need to, is there... Do I not have a solving of the frozen here? I do not.
Let's do this.
I am gonna heal everyone, though.
Much
Oh,
thanks.
Maka! Welcome in. I would go for your butt, definitely.
This is low right now.
Persona!
Vicious Strikes was good, I think.
Take this.
Oh, yeah. Got rid of one.
Damn brats.
Uh-oh.
You've angered me.
Yikes, bruh! No, 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 no!
I can't believe. Ugh, I got too reckless.
Okay, I need to res 2 people now. This is very bad. No! Don't bring him back! Oh! Oh, but they're... That's interesting. There's a few of a kind there. Okay, hold on. I do actually need to res people.
This one.
Hi, Cutie Omega. Stream's going great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing very well. In Kamoshida's fight, the new part was Shio and Mashima helping him. I hated that part. That was such a pain.
Damn brats.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn brats.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Persona.
No, we gotta wait.
Never mind.
Well, maybe not. Fuck. Can't make up my mind. Ice damage. Lydia. Nagaru. Oh, I'm worried about this deflecting though. Hold on. Okay. So wind. Do I have anyone who's repelling wind at the moment? Or have I gotten rid of the guy who repels wind? I don't know about... Okay. I'm gonna try it, and hopefully I won't die. Fuck! No, I died. Okay, never mind. That's not great. Okay, never mind. That was a whoopsie. Windy not good. Windy not good. Note to self. Windy not good. All right, let's restart that battle. But before we go back into it, we do have to go on a very quick break. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We're gonna fucking kill this guy. Just give me another hour. Our break will only be 3 minutes, 180 seconds. Not too long, just long enough for you to maybe, yeah, get up, stretch, take some meds if you need to take meds or vitamins, and I'll see you guys in 3. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. After the con, Tao's back on the grind again. Woo! That's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. Is that right? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to her. Yeah? Oh, happy birthday! That's so exciting. What a cutie pie. Happy birthday to her. I wonder how big I gotta get before I can afford to go to PAX Oz. keep on saving. So it's really just that. Take his head privileges. You'll get your head back at the end of the week if you're good. You evil one. It's crazy. Having a mocha just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of. But apparently, having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes me evil. Note to self. Some people have different reactions to like alcohol. Not me. I have different reactions to what direction the caffeine comes from. Yes! Ah, finally! Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, there's two of them! Oh, ouch! Oh, did they just collide? That would be so sick if they collided. Oh, into the water you go. Ah, fuck, no! Water! Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, man. Could be. Oh, I don't have a map. That's right. Oh, fuck! I'm so sorry. That was so loud. That was so loud. Guns in my fantasy game? Fuck you! Oh my god. What the fuck? Monstera? What have you done? What is this? What? 50? Oh my god, honey! Holy shit! Thank you so much, darling! What the hell? Thank you! Welcome back, you guys! Oh my god, Monstera! Ah! Oh my gosh, thank you so much! Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50! Thank you so much! Oh my god! That is insane! And Omega, thank you for the 100 biddies as well! Holy shit! Monstera, thank you so much! Almost a hype train! Oh, we're so close, you guys! We're so close to the hype train! I think it needs like 3 different people to contribute. So I think it's like Monstera, Omega, and then somebody else. And then I think that it goes, but holy shit. Thank you so freaking much, Monstera! That is amazing. That is so generous. Thank you so much. Oh my god.
Persona Tatas fast.
Daddy! Thank you so much for the resub, honey bun. Thank you, lovely. Persona indeed. And there is the hype train as promised. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. Magnificent Monstera. Thank you so much. A level 9 hype train. Just like boom. Just like boom, boom, boom. Thank you so much, Nelson. Nito Nelson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for the sticky hearts, mate. Holy fuck, you guys. Yummy. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so freaking much, Monstera. That is unbelievably generous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. What the heckies? What the heckies? Thank you so much. And Thwan, welcome in, sweetheart. First time chatting here, and you are so welcome, darling. Welcome on in. You were gifted a sub. Yay! Oh, thank you so much for coming in, cutie pie. And that sub is probably, I'm gonna take a safe bet here and say it's probably Monstera who gifted it to you just now. But welcome in. I hope that you enjoy the, I hope maybe you'll consider sticking around, enjoying the ad-free viewing, and also the the handmade emotes. Thank you so much. Dawn, thank you for the follow, honey bun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now your pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Terrific Termi, thank you so much for gifting that community sub. Oh my god. Thank you, honey. Oh my god. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you. Level 9 hype train gave me that ghost emote. Let's go. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Termi, thank you for contributing to the hype train. Termi, thank you for contributing duo to the hype train. Omega, thank you for contributing to the hype train. Monstera, thank you for just like fucking chewing that bad boy off a cliff there. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Oh my god. That's so freaking generous. Thank you, lovely. Thank you for your generosity. All of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you, guys. Oh my god. Level 9. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. How's Persona going? It's great. I died once. This guy's got a 2-phase, at least so far, he's got a 2-phase battle. And I'm working on it. We got through this phase with relative ease once I started to understand it. And then the second phase is a bitch. You shared Persona Riz in the art section. Let me have a look, sweetie. Thank you so much, you guys, for that incredible hype train. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Magnificent Monster. That is really, really kind of you. Thank you, honey. Oh, I love Solar the Echidna as well, sweet Asaru. Ooh, very, very cool sketch. Excellent work. And Cutie Cat's done a great job too. Thank you so much, honeys. Oh my goodness, you guys, I do not deserve you guys. You were so sweet. Holy crap. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. Yeah, hello, Cutie Cat. Yeah, hello. And Nelson, I hope that you enjoy your time with us, sweetheart. All good things to the people of the pouch and your friends. Y'all are good apples, and I appreciate you. We appreciate you too, sweetheart. Thank you so much, gorgeous. Thank you, Monstera. Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you so much, Omega. Thank you, guys. That is absolutely astounding. Thank you. Yeah, we're in Madarame's fight. Oh, and now that we're back from a break, I just want to like reiterate, you guys, this is a please no spoilers, no backseating. If I need help, I'll ask for it. But basically, if you want to know what counts as a spoiler, if you are not 1000% positive that we have already been through it, know about what it is, have seen it, etc. If you're not 1000% positive, don't talk about it. Pretty please, pretty please. Hey, how disjointed all his parts are. His eyes looking in different directions at different times. It reminds me of Pennywise. Thank you, Cutie Monster. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. I can't believe we reached a level 9 hype train just like that. That is absolutely astounding. Thank you, honey. I would love to stay, but I have to start getting ready for bed. Good night. All good, Nelson. No worries, sweetheart. Hopefully we will see you again very soon. Our next stream will be tomorrow. It'll be earlier as well. It'll start about 4 hours ago, but tomorrow. And it will be Final Fantasy 14. So I'm not sure how you feel about Final Fantasy, but if you'd like to come on in, we would love to have you. I hope that for this evening, though, you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us, Nelson. And thank you guys so much for the level 9 hype train. 52 subs, 100 bits. Thank you so much. Without a mustache, it resembles those coin-eating bank cubes. Oh, ew, it does. It does. You are right. You are right. Ugh. Did I already nuke stuff? Is that part of what I've done here? What am I? Mouth? Mouth. Cha-cha! You didn't get the goose! I'm sorry you didn't get the goose, Cutie Termi! There will be more chances hopefully in the future, but thank you so much for your kind and generous subby gifts, Terrific Termi. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you. I forgot if this, oh, that's right. The top one's, okay, hold on. Ow.
Let's go. Prepare yourself.
Oh, that's right. It's okay. Sorry, I already have forgotten how this works. Light physical damage. We're doing the eye bulbs, I think. Oh, actually, no. We're so close to killing the nose. I think we'll kill the nose. Wait, what? Oh fuck! I thought that it was just anything but. Ow! Wow! Don't hit him again! No! Oh my god, this sucks. Oh, this fucking sucks! Ah! Oh my god, this is very bad news. Very bad news. Okay, I might have to do this a little bit smarter next time.
This is my other self. I lend it.
Oh.
Alright, time for a counterattack.
Okay, not to the nose, to the mouth though. Thank you. Okay, mouth works. Uh-oh, this is not good.
What is this? It has.
We know. Ooh. Bruh.
Thank you.
I need to bring back on too. I actually didn't comprehend what the nose twitching does. Owie. Oh god.
Let's go.
Oof.
You're covered in paint.
Persona!
I don't like the look of this.
Mouth.
There.
Blah. Everyone's got way too low health.
Time for my comeback with style and grace.
Much thanks.
We believe in you. Thanks, cutie cat. I'm gonna need a lot of belief to get through this.
My defense is low
I
right
am
now.
thou. Prepare yourself.
Fox, your persona.
Okay.
Watch out.
Maybe I should actually. I kind of want to. Oh, but fuck no. Nah, I'll just do it this way.
Ravage them.
Oh, so close, dude. Uh-oh.
Joker, your defense got lower.
You have my unwavering faith. Thank you. I need it. I need. Oh yes, you missed, you bitch! Ah, ha, ha, ha.
My defense is low right
Okay.
now.
Now I really want to bring someone back. Fuck.
Persona!
Mouth.
Go down.
Loving the OST. I know, right? It's really great. The music in this game is phenomenal. Genuinely just so good.
That paint. What?
I know. We've done this. We've done this before. I actually don't know if we need the paint after all. Oh, they want me to. They really want me to. Okay.
Isn't that? Let's try.
Uh.
Time for my persona.
Much thanks.
All of the Persona games have like the most incredible OSTs. Oh, here we go again.
Persona.
Technically, you don't need the paint, but it makes things way easier if you use it. It's just that by the time that we wound up using it, I was all set like already. I didn't need it anymore. And then I just lost out on having Morgana doing stuff. Ah, sure, why not?
I'm going.
Oh, you're going. Oh, you're going this time. Okay.
You're covered in paint. I don't like the look of this.
Ravage them.
Yes. Okay. All right. I have no idea which one of these. Oh, I'm worried that it's gonna be wrong. Is this? Ah, yes. Okay, cool.
No way.
Ow. Double ow. Yeah, so this is what happened last time where
Persona.
I don't like the look of this.
There.
we finished it like just as he got over there. Did he just say ravage them or ravish them? I think he says ravage them. Does he have any recorded? What do you mean? Ravage? Yeah, I thought it was Ravage. Shoot him! Okay, sorry, I've been through this already, so I'm gonna just... Oh, like you can check his stuff? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Like, as far as weaknesses go? I really should have brought back on before this, but
Persona! There. Thank you.
Time for my comeback with
okay.
styling.
No, I didn't need to bring her back. Revive Revendrin! Check YouTube for Joker voice lines. I would love to do that. Okay, let's see. Who's... Oh, I haven't recorded them yet. Okay, I remember at least that that guy is a bitch to put electricity on. He like deflects it. This guy, I feel like it makes sense from a Pokemon perspective to use fire on him. So I might do that. Okay, well, that wasn't his weakness for some reason. One foe. Surely? Yeah, cool. That one's weak. Again. Nice.
Keep it going.
You dare defy an esteemed elder?
I can give you a hint about elemental weaknesses specific to this phase of the fight if you like. Let me try one more. Let me finish this turn up, like this attempt, and then shall I? If I die again, then I'll probably ask for some more assistance with that.
Fiery rage shall reduce you all to mere ashes. Damn brats!
Wow. Oh, nice miss! Yes.
Disappear from my sight without a trace, like dust scattered in the wind.
Thank you so much, Cutie Rad. No, it didn't save the prior fight. Oh, damn, look at her.
My brilliant strikes like a flash
6-minute long video of Joker voice lines? I love that. That's
Taste it
excellent.
for yourselves. You've angered me.
Ow. Okay. Well, we know... Okay, but that's all foes. I really don't want to fuck with that. So, that's also all foes. That's all foes. I need to get... Daru, is that... Yeah, that's one foe. It's only level 11. I need some of my higher level guys. Or I prefer to have them. I don't know if anyone's got a weakness to nuke here, but or life drain? Oh, she's level 10. I have not done a good job of leveling these guys up. What is wind wall? Let me see. Stop lagging so I can read. Add wind resistance to one ally. Ah, okay. Increase defense for one ally. 3 turns, 25 experience even when not participating in battle. That's interesting. One foe. I'll bring him in here real quick. Thank you. Let's baton pass to, because he's got something that powers up with a, I think it's a physical one, so I think, what is this one? Yeah, yeah, I want to do it on him. Nice, 260, not bad. I mean, he's really tanky. This fucking guy's real tanky, but. I'll hold to this until you finish the game. Fair enough, fair enough. Check and be sure the video doesn't have like Joker fighting the final boss or something. That's true, that's true. Walls and breaks are kind of whatever. The walls only give resist and breaks only get rid of resist and don't even affect absorb or nulls. So breaks kind of suck. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. That is a shame. We're healing real quick.
I appreciate it.
How could I?
Let's do this.
Okay. Fire. I just can't imagine anyone being, unless it's to melt, unless it's to melt, do I just try it and See who it deflects and who it's weak to, or whoever's weak to it. Okay. Oh, interesting. It's the ice boy. Okay, so they're each other's weakness. Interesting.
Heat confirmed. You got their weakness, Panther.
Light ice damage. Vicious strike. Nice. We got rid of one. Another one.
Stop this! Is this how you show your gratitude to the man who raised you?
Tau discovered my advice on her own. Yay! Amazing! Oh yeah, just doing like one fell swoop and paying attention as the numbers pop up to be like, okay, that's reflected. Ooh, that one's weak to it. Yeah! Yes, Tau, that's how Pokemon works, Rude.
Alright, Joker!
Alright, Joker indeed. Owie! Yikes! Oh god. Okay, more ice boys.
Let's go. There. It's time. Ravage now.
Time for my comeback with style and grace.
You may say they're two sides of the same coin. Indeed. Oh, kind of yours too, Shadow. Oh, yay! Cool. Okay. She actually didn't get hit too hard, so I kind of want to use this because it's gonna do more for the. Yeah, let's just do this. There we go. We got rid of that one, and then we can use this again, specifically on him.
Heat confirmed. You got their weakness,
Let's go.
Panther.
Awesome. Light ice damage. Is he? Hold on. Do I have any info on them regarding? Okay, well he's not going to repel the ice, so I might do it.
I lend it.
Yeah. All right. It's not his weakness, but at least it'll repel him. Yikes! Oh fuck! Kitty cat! Oh no! Kitty no! Kitty no!
I got too reckless. I'll back out and focus on support.
Does he revolve through? He does. Okay. I see. I see. Energy drop. Okay. Light fire damage. Let's get rid of him. Start with that. And these guys are both weak to it.
You're mine.
Looking cool, Joker.
Persona. Go down.
Looking cool, Joker.
Persona.
Nice, Joker. Right in their weak persona.
Okay. Have we determined? God, this guy, Electric Boy, he's annoying. He's annoying, and he repels fire. So I'm actually gonna use her turn to revive Kit Kats. Endure, Tau! Don't mind if I do. Don't forget you can baton pass. Yeah, that's true, but I didn't want to, when I had both of these guys on the ground already, I didn't want to. Yes. Do it again. Do it again. Ooh, fuck.
You'll pay.
I won't forgive you. Take this.
Good one,
Oh, good miss. Uh-oh. Now what are we doing? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, are they random? I thought they were coming up in... Oh, this is very annoying.
There.
Cool. Looking cool, Joker.
Go down.
Okay, good. We got rid of another one of those, and then there's another one! Hold on, I gotta heal. True Fake pulls random elements. Oh, okay, I see. I was hoping it was like one at a time. What did we... Hold on, I have like the worst memory. It's a good thing we can pull this up. Oh my god. We still don't know his weakness, which is crazy to me. Only the first 4 were an exact set. Right, gotcha, okay. I want to get rid of this guy so I can use fire on everybody, but Attack for one foe. I'm gonna put that on him, actually.
Persona! Goemon, strike!
Oh, nice one, Fox.
Let's go.
Wait, can you, if you baton pass back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, does that?
Yeah.
Pass the baton and
Persona! There.
Take this!
Oh no, okay, that's not you. That's too bad.
I won't forgive you.
Oh, he's almost dead! Ow.
Take this!
Yes!
Come on, you gotta hold on.
Ah! Ah! Rah.
All right, time for a counterattack.
Let's go. You're mine.
Okay, get rid of that shit. Get him out of here! Everyone will only get 1 extra turn, maxing out at 3 extra moves per once more. Effectively, you gotta keep downing people to keep the chain. Right, okay, that makes sense. All right, I get that. Let's see here. I want this little guy to use his nuke. Maybe, actually, I wonder if the nuke is good for him. Okay, well, it's not good for him, but it's bad for him-ish. More heals! I'm so glad that I have Morgana. What would I do without him? He's a little annoying and all. Okay, he's a lot annoying and all, but I'm glad that I got him. Light fire damage. All stat buffs? Yeah. Decrease attack. 1, 2. His attack's already down. I'll put you. Hello there, Reddy. Welcome in. How you doing? Once it officially moves to another person's turn, that resets. Right, okay. Oh, I see.
Prepare yourself.
Thank you. Finally!
Damn brats! Take this!
Damn, I should have given him an attack down. Ah, I hate this! Why is he asleep?
Something seems wrong.
Oh.
Could he have...
Messed up? He's sleeping. I actually love the metaphor that they've got going on here as far as like a counterfeit being a little fucked up, and that guy's a little fucked up. You play Persona? I love Persona. Yes, ready? Indeed. But this is my very first time, so please zero spoilers, zero backseating. But yes, his forgeries are getting sloppy. Exactly, Doppel. Exactly. I love that.
I, the great Madarame, made an error?
I'm shocked, I tell you. Shocked.
So this is the true limit of your skill. How infantile.
Thank you, Reddy. I'm so excited to enjoy this game. That's so much fun so far.
To think you'd fail to produce even one of your counterfeits. Please, don't disappoint me any further.
Yikes. Get him, Yusuke. Oh, we got a technical. Oh, we got a technical on him. Oh, and he's also got really low health. That's interesting.
Hold
on. And we still don't know what these guys are weak to. I am debating trying a... Actually, Electric Boy? Hold on. Electric Boy, does it heal him? Wait, what did I press? That's what I meant to do. Ironically, it doesn't look like he's going to repel the electricity, so I'm just gonna try it. I'm just gonna try it, just for funsies. Have a good one, Itami. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I appreciate you. If you're going to bed, yeah, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let me try this. Hopefully this doesn't fuck me up. Hopefully, don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh!
3 enemies knocked down.
Okay, that's good. There's progress there. That's a knockdown. Okay. And we can... I'm so worried about killing myself by accident. Do the green boys repel ice? I don't know, so I'm worried about doing it. Okay, what if I baton pass? you do it, you do it.
Do it!
There's 3 wind ones. It's heckin' windy! It is! Ooh. I'll just heal everybody real quick. Okay, these guys don't reflect it, so that's good at least.
I am thou.
Thou art I. Yes! You're all alone, bitch. Oh, I lied. Ah, I hate these ones.
Persona!
Wait, hold on. I'm so scared of getting this reflected back at me and dying. Oh, man.
Some other way.
Yeah, that's gonna reflect all back onto me, isn't it? Damn it. Okay. Well, how about something with fire? No, these things reflect fire. Those things are weak to it. What a bummer. If I could find one that's just a singular. Try wind?
That's not right.
Actually, I could do that. I'm just worried about that reflecting back and then me having to start the fight over again. Because this guy repels multiple. I thought that it would be like, you know, one is a strength, one is a weakness, one is a repel or something like that. But it looks like they've got a variety. I guess I could try wind. I'm really afraid of dying. I'm really afraid of dying. Defense for an ally. Alternatively, I could just heal everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm so worried about Joker specifically dying, because the second he dies, even if everyone else is still up, then I'm fucked. Oh, that's gonna hit her back. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Looking good, Panther! 2 bulls on the ground! Do this! Hit confirmed! You got their weakness, Panther!
Okay, get rid of a couple of them.
Crying won't help.
Yikes! Ah! This is a really long boss fight, dude. Oh my god. It's probably just because I'm being inefficient, but still. How about a single target win from Morgana? If it gets reflected, he'll resist, just like with on there. That's true. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe I'll do that, but I'm gonna heal again.
All right.
Luckily for your party members, they all have a resistance to their own element if it bounces back. Sadly, that does not apply to Joker. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Okay, let's do a single target like you suggested. And we're doing that to one of these. This guy. Yay! Okay, awesome! Ooh, good suggestion, good suggestion. Wind gets deflected by the fire, is that right? Or not? I'm actually not sure, but since it's Morgana... Oh, nice! Can I actually baton pass over to you?
Roger. Persona! Go on!
Nice. Do it again! Wait, actually. Do we have... I was gonna say, I think I've got someone who does ice damage to multiples, don't I? Yeah, I do. Great. Go! Aggie?
Damn it!
Ah!
Damn it! Stop it, you brats! Or else
Or else what? Nah!
You think we'll be daunted by such threats?
Joker's, of course, dependent on his own equipped persona, which is funny when you get reflected but have absorb. That does make, doesn't make a lot of sense, is what I meant to say. Medium physical damage. Vicious strike.
I lend it.
Nah, fuck it. Attack reverted. Ah! Not this shit again. Oh, but they're all getting weaker. That's helpful to me. Hold on.
Not this.
I gotta double check.
You can hit their weak point?
No.
Oops, hold on. These guys, green boys, they're weak to electricity. But the fire guy, does he repel electricity, or was it the electric guy who repels fire? This is so... My brain do not work like this. They do not work like this. That's all right. We will technical the shit out of these guys. Actually... Okay, got an idea. We do this, and then we baton pass
Cool, Joker.
over to her, because she's got that. Okay, that did deflect back at her, but oops. But whoops. Now we will baton pass back over to you.
Don't get her baton pass.
Persona! Goemon, strike!
That hit its weak
Oh,
point. Keep
come
it going,
on.
Fox.
Wind damage. Does he repel wind? No.
Persona. Me.
Yes. Spicy.
Persona. Eat this.
I've used many fights with a persona kitted out with resistance and repels. Yeah, that's really smart. I need to probably get better about that. It's kind of a problem because since I only play this once a week, I really do have to relearn the game every single time. Oh, we're so close. If you hit him with it, it should say, I don't believe you've tried it yet. Okay, gotcha.
Persona.
That one's technical. I need to refill everyone's SP.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Terrific Try. How you doing? Right now, you unfortunately don't have access to personas with a lot of good defenses quite yet. Oh, okay, gotcha. So maybe that's what the issue is for me.
Zoro. Two enemies knocked down. There's more where that came from.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I need to refill everybody's SP, to be honest. No, except for, well, you know, everybody. Yeah, everybody who matters needs SP.
Ready anytime.
Oh, but dude, I really need to heal him. So I think I'll heal you first. And then on... we will use... How close are these guys to dying, though? But they... the problem is she's fire, and these guys repel fire like a champ, so... Oh, wait, I have... That's one foe. Hold on! I might have an item to throw at them, which would be cool.
Let's do this, Joker.
Devil fruit? No? Odd morsel. Nope, 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 nope. Blah, 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 blah. HP and SP of all allies. Soma is amazing. SP for one ally. 50 SP for one ally. I need to get more SP stuff, apparently. Normally this isn't an issue, because I have a bunch of stuff, I think, for when we're in break rooms. But, break rooms, safe rooms. But, I don't have enough for when I'm in a long haul battle like this. Fire damage, high chance of inflicting burn. They don't care about fire. What are these guys up to again? Ice? Was it? No, it's not ice. It's not ice either. 50 damage, stun, one foe. I don't really want one foe. I I want all the foes. Thank you for the care package, sweet Aussie. Appreciate ya. Thank you. All right, fine. I think it's probably most important that we're able to heal, so I'm gonna put a mute.
Good thinking.
When you really start cooking lots of coffee and curry, that's great stuff for SP restoring in this game, since it can be very stingy with SP healing items. Okay, noted. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you.
I won't forgive you, damn brats.
That hurt!
Oh, poor
I
on.
won't forgive you, damn brats. Crying won't help.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh, whew. Good dodge. Ah! These true fakes. I'm actually wondering if I should just like focus our boy here because he's almost gone. Game, please stop lagging. The debate is real, dude. Damn it.
Time for my
Nah,
comeback
that was
with
not
style
a
and
smart
grace.
move. Oh god, you. Okay, they're weak to that. But that guy repels this, which is gonna kill poor little Morgana if we use it. And also, I need to heal everybody. I know you guys, what's gonna happen here? I already know. What's gonna happen here? I'm gonna beat this finally after like 2 hours, and you guys will be like, so, you could have done that really easily. I'm gonna be like, well, fuck me, I guess.
Let's see that again, Panther! Persona! Dance, Carmen! Heat confirmed! You got their weakness, Panther!
Take this!
Come on. Okay. Oh, wait, I got him. Oh, fucking thank God! I thought he was gonna be like sucking up their energy or whatever. Gotcha, bitch. Woo! Sheesh! Okay, so he's down. Thank God. Woo! Thank you, sweet Sir Jazzy. Thank you, sweetheart Soiba.
This power.
You want to hear how that fight was playing out? Or more easily? Yeah, sure. You can tell me now that I've finished that. Go for it.
New skill suits
Pulimpa. What is Pulimpa? High chance of confuse. Okay.
I'd like to try this skill soon.
Mabufu. We know that one. GG's. Thank you, excellent Eugene. Thank you so much.
No one cares for true art. All they want are easily recognizable brands. I'm a victim in this too. Wouldn't you agree?
Interesting.
Excuses now?
The art world revolves around money after all. You can't rise up without any money. Yusuke, you understand, don't you? Being a poor artist is truly miserable. I just didn't want to return to that life.
A fiend like you has no right to speak about the world of art.
Tell him, Yusuke.
You're done for. Along with this whole wretched world!
No, please! Just don't kill me!
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
Return to yourself in reality and confess your crimes. All of them.
You're not going to kill me?
Swear it!
All right, all right! What about the other one, though? The one with the black mask?
Skull? Who? Skull? No? Someone else? Wait, is there a different person doing this?
A black mask?
I guess this is gray.
Who's he talking about?
Hmm.
It can't be.
there was another intruder besides us within this palace?
Oh shit, there is somebody else.
There's no time. Hurry!
I forgot about Morgana's bus transformation.
Yusuke, what should I do?
Put an end to all this and use your own artwork for once.
Yusuke!
No, wait, please! Yusuke! Yusuke!
Suck it, bitch! Sorry. The Madarame boss fight is supposed to be your first big, oops, sorry, that moved up, but something about, how easily you can power your attacks up before slamming Madarame himself with a big attack at the end of the pass chain. Oh, gotcha. So lightning was weak to wind and wind to lightning. Oh, everything's reversed like that? Just as fire and ice was a pair. You could chain someone using single targets and baton pass single targets to down them all without worrying about them repelling AoE. Oh, I was wondering why those were a pair. And then the lightning and wind thing didn't make, okay. Well, now I know. Interesting. I thought it was going to be like a rock, paper, scissors thing, like it is in most other games with elements, but it's pairs instead. Okay. Grudge voice. Bonk him on the head. Also, the eyeballs were absorbing all magic attacks. The nose absorbed physical and nuke or psychic, while the mouth absorbed all physical. Oh, I see. Ooh, the mystery deepens. It does. Anyways, that's that. Into the Morgana-mobile! Yusuke just got him told. I love that. Weird. Seems like Twitch keeps lagging, but my internet is fine. That's odd, QDX. Is that happening to other streams besides mine? Or is it just to mine?
It would be bad if people started getting suspicious of us. We should leave at once.
Yusuke, come on.
Right. Goodbye, Sensei.
I guess the mission was a success. All that's left is to see if he had a change of heart or not. Ah, so bitter. Why'd you get it black?
The Sayuri.
You're not gonna get all teary-eyed and say stuff like, Mom, are ya?
To think that this painting was the source of Madarame's distorted desires. The only saving grace is that my mother won't know of what transpired.
Oh. The genuine painting at his atelier has been altered after all. Ironic as it may be, this one here is her true self-portrait now.
It's a wonderful painting. And although it took some time, it's in your hands now, Yusuke.
I'm thankful for it. However, it's impossible for this painting to be acknowledged by society anymore.
Was Sayuri your mom's name? I am wondering that, actually.
No. I doubt it's the name of any woman in particular.
Oh, he probably just named it.
I bet it was to make it more mysterious. Just a part of Madarame's foolish
I wonder what the
staging.
name Sayuri means. Maybe it means mystery or unknown or something like that. A few others as well. Might be because I had one or two up. Oh, okay. You mean her game? Tao's copy of P5 is hitching. That's true. It is hitching sometimes. Oh, it's the whole stream. Okay, gotcha. Oh, you got name resources. That's true, Red. Thank you for being my mod.
Well, it would have been obvious that he plagiarized it if he had used the real name.
Fair point. Oh, there's a hitch.
So, this is my mother. There's no way that I would remember her face clearly, but I was right about the rush of emotion I felt when I saw this painting.
Moshi moshi, Ginger, how you doing?
Stop that!
These two are like siblings, I swear.
You're so vulgar, Ryuji.
So, what are you gonna do now? We're gonna keep targeting big shots.
Answer what? Oh. Wait, what was I talking about? Answer. What have I been talking about? Yusuke at least gets to keep it. That's true. That is very, oh, it means small lily and represents beauty and purity. Oh, it's a pretty name. I'm doing good. Got my friends on one line, Tao on the other. Feel like I'm multitasking. Let's go, Ginger. Thank you so much for multitasking. Appreciate you. Oh, the name. Yes, the name.
It's It's to get back
Why
at
do you do
scumbags
such
and, like,
things?
society in general.
Yeah, if I gas out of place with my burps and farts, then society won't be in that area.
I also want to give courage to the people that are suffering because of selfish adults.
Courage, huh? What good does that do? You mean the courage to stand up for themselves, correct? Will acquiring that make them happy?
Why do you sound like a robot, Yusuke? Come on. I'm not sure.
Right. There's no knowing that. We just have to give it a try.
In other words, it all depends on the person, And the same can be said about myself right now. I also suffered because of an adult's selfish act. Moreover, if we investigate these palaces, it may expand my artistic repertoire.
I'm sure it will.
You really only think about art, huh? You're impressive.
Well, I won't take part in any inelegant plans, all right?
No worries. I've got us covered. Plus, we have a rule that says we always have to decide on a target unanimously.
How about it, Joker? We can give our calling cards a lot more oomph if we have Yusuke on our team.
We have too many dudes! What kind of response is that, brah?
I will try and live up to those expectations.
At any rate, I'm curious. Another intruder besides us, huh?
Yeah, I wonder who that
Our
could have
only
been.
clue's a black mask, so that doesn't necessarily mean it's just one person, right?
But there's no way to check anymore. The palace is gone.
I'll try probing Madarame. I may be able to learn something from him.
Are you sure? I mean,
I'll contact you all if anything turns up.
we should probably exchange our contact info with you then.
If you say we have too many dudes, Yusuke offers to wear a dress. That's so funny. Will he do it if you say that? I would want to see him in a dress. He'd be cute. We know we can pull it off. That's true. That's true. Bit of a sausage shadow.
An artist and a phantom thief. Well, it seems I'll be engaging in 2 trades from here on.
Oh, An tells him no? Damn, that's too bad. An! Ruining! Ruining!
Well. You only live once after all.
Yusuke said YOLO! With more words!
Still, the incident about this other intruder does concern me a little.
An, come on, right? Such as
Not only have we dealt with our second big target, we even have a new addition to the team.
An's just jealous he'd look better in a kimono than her. Damn straight. Exactly.
Goodness, things are going so well.
Yeah, how about we can't get too cocky?
That's true. Still, let's honestly be happy about it right now. But I have to say, you sure are something special.
Whoa, Morgana, don't... Just kidding. You can't sleep. I'm sorry, Jet, but welcome back.
This is our
Hopefully we
fifth
can
persona
help
user.
soothe you to rest.
It'll help broaden our battle strategies as well. Besides, having an eye for beauty is a must for Phantom Thieves. We're lucky to have Yusuke. An artist is a talent you rarely come across. I mean, he is a bit strange, but still. An artist, huh? What kind of person do you think I was? There's no way I'd turn out to be some bad guy in the end, right?
Uh-oh, Morgana? That's some heavy
I
foreshadowing.
get so engrossed with the embodiment of human desires. And that's not all. When it comes to the metaverse, I'm the only one who can transform into a car.
Don't tempt the writers, cat. Exactly. Wow, really? The pouch has loads of them in here. Yeah, artists attract artists. And if you aren't friends with an artist already, you probably won't find more artists.
I'm special, but it's still odd. Who could I actually be?
A cat.
You give it a rest. That's definitely not the case.
But it's funny.
What a half-assed answer.
Artist magnet Tao, we call her. That is me. I am the artist magnet. Come to me, artist. Yes, yes. Delicious. Nom, 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 nom. Right up there along with the I'm one day from retirement prompting an immediate dramatic death. Exactly right. That's so true.
Well, there's no way a dashing, honorable rogue like me could be evil.
You know, Morgana, if you were a little more, if you had a little more humility, I might be nicer to you, but you are so cocky.
A man who saves those in trouble in the West while punishing evildoers who may lurk in the East.
Bruh, stop bragging about yourself. Even if it's fake, it's so annoying. You sounded like you're eating something? Yeah, I'm eating your talons. Honorable, citation needed. Exactly, Red. Come on, Garfield normally is cocky. Oh my god, yeah, that's true though, Jet.
A man who chastises people that smoke inside in the South while saving bullied cats in the North. A man who has a sturdy body and vows to always do one good deed a day, be it rain or shine. I'm that kind of ideal person. Or so I hope.
Morgana, you're so fucking irritating. It's funny if you imagine he's a kid playing pretend when he gets like this. Actually, that's a fair point, Cyber. That makes him slightly more tolerable. I get so annoyed with people like this. Garfield in a tuxedo outfit and a little bit less lasagna in his belly.
So if I turn back to being human, surely she'll take notice of me, won't she?
Morgana, if you're talking about An, she's not into you. You like someone, and I bet it's An.
Me? Don't be ridiculous. People chase after me when it comes to love.
Shut up!
Where should I go when I become human? I wonder where she'd like to go.
This character, even if it is like a front, is like driving me crazy because Morgana is the embodiment of the two archetypes I hate. Braggarts and people who form their entire personality around the person that they love or are like affectionate towards or have a crush on. Drives me crazy. Drives me fucking crazy, and he's doing both of them! Shut up!
An amusement park, a movie theater, a fancy cafe, shopping. What do you think?
I feel like my bond with Morgana is growing deeper. We leave it at the surface level. Chance to perform a follow-up attack if Joker's attack does not down the enemy. Well, that's helpful.
All right.
Bedtime for me. Thank you for the stream. Hope you all have a good one. Stay safe out there. Absolutely magnificent Monstera. Thank you so much for joining us, sweetheart. And thank you so much for that unbelievably generous, absolutely incredible 50 sub drop. Thank you so much. That was insane. I really appreciate you. Monstera, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams, darling. Thank you so much for joining us. How long are we going for? Saturday, well, definitely at least another hour. So we will have to take a quick break, but probably not much more than an hour to an hour and a half. That's a term I haven't heard. What's a braggart? Someone who brags a lot. It's like the job title if they thought that they could get paid for talking about how good they are and how wonderful they are and how exceptional they are and all the skills and privileges and people who drool over them and jobs they have and money they possess and blah 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 blah. Yeah, braggart is like it's a bit of an older term, but yeah, it generally means someone who just brags like it's their job. Yo, good job, guys. We all did our best. Allow me to express my thanks once again. Because of you, I was able to retrieve the painting that had been filled with my mother's love. Hearing you say that makes the whole thing worth it, Yusuke. Seriously, I wasn't sure you'd really want to change Madarame's heart. I'm sorry to have worried you. I have no regrets about it now. And the change of heart will happen this time, right? It'll be fine. Yeah, we did it just like with Kamoshida. By the way, I'm curious about what he said at the end. You mean about the other intruder besides us? It was something about a black mask, yeah? That may have been nothing more than a lie. Madarame was quite deranged at that point after all. For now, we should wait for his change of heart in peace. Okay. Wait, is he on the phone? The legendary vulgar Sakamoto Ryuji, uncringe lord boy. That is him. That is him. I love Brian Reagan's comedy bit on braggarts. He calls them me monsters. They are me monsters. Actually, I want to start calling people me monsters.
Hey.
Yes, let's give it nutrients. Have some food. Premium plant nutrient. Who have serious care for their plants. Thank you for the care package, Asamazi.
Oh, you're gonna use that one? You must really care about this plant.
I just don't know where else I'd use it, but I get 3 bing bing bings on there, so. Me monsters. I love that.
Yes, that should do it for a while.
All right, time to await the change of heart. And we need to do counselor, reach rank 9 by November 18th. We still have quite a bit of time, that's good. Justice, I don't have justice access. Justice access? Access to justice? Fertilizing the plant is a great free source of kindness that doesn't use up time. Oh, that's cool. Love that. Okay. Well, maybe, hold on, is there... Victims of scamming have been on the rise here in Tokyo. Scams are much more intricate now, and many young people have fallen victim to them. Police are working to protect people from scams, but struggle to come up with countermeasures.
Hey, it sounds like more people are getting scammed. I feel bad for people who fall for those. Hey.
Okay, you think I'm tired? Fine. Hey, we're heading out soon. This place is closing soon.
What? But I want to watch TV.
There's a special on the guy that they call Detective Prince Akechi. They're still doing the news. You'll make it home in time. Besides, you can see his face anytime. That pretty boy's been on TV a lot lately. Well, thanks for the coffee. You sure look satisfied. Something good happen? Nothing goes your way in life. Why are you so depressed and depressing, Soichiro? Buttons are my friend. Sorry, hold on. All right, let's see. Trial by burger. No, we won't do that one. We will, it's evening time. Story purposes recommend, justice, faith. All right, we gotta go see the counselor a good bit. Rank 9 though, that is a lot of time I'm gonna have to spend with him. All right, let's go, work out.
Training after coming back from another world. You're gonna hurt yourself if you don't slow down. Take a break.
Oh, you just want me to go to bed? Wait, what about studying? Do you think I'm gonna hurt my brain? Am I gonna hurt my brain?
Now,
What do you want to do?
I guess we'll study.
make sure your clothes up.
Wow.
Click, 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 click. Yay! Am I more than learned now? No, I'm never gonna be more than learned. Big time! It's also... Oh. It's almost time for our break. We will get through this first.
You have expelled one who was stained in vanity. You are now one step closer to your rehabilitation. It's a delightful thing indeed.
Our master is pleased. You should be honored, inmate.
However, that man's remarks are concerning. It seems another has made their way into the metaverse.
Okay. Does he sense that? Is that true?
That is beyond my
Oh, okay.
knowledge.
He's not sensing
But
it
your
then.
rehabilitation is progressing smoothly. That is for certain.
His eyebrows look like tree
May
branches.
the devotion to your rehabilitation grow even deeper. I have high hopes for you.
I feel like my bond with Igor is growing deeper. The Fuel!
All right.
Who's this borderline unibrow, big nose, penguin looking bloke? He is my jailer. PPP! PPP!
It's Kitagawa. I'm calling about Madarame's state. For the time being, he hasn't suffered a mental shutdown.
Oh,
Other
that's
than
odd.
that, his demeanor seems to have softened a bit.
Ah,
Is that the change of heart?
should be a little more than that, but it could be.
I see. I was curious and looked into Kamoshida as well. It's as if he was an entirely different person.
True.
Will the same be true for Sensei? Well, I'm sorry to have taken your time. That's all I wanted to tell you. Good. Oh, I'll try asking him about the black-masked intruder from the palace when the time is right.
Would he know about that?
Goodbye, then.
Wouldn't his shadow only know about that? Jailer in P5, guide in P4 and P3. Oh.
I saw someone famous in Shibuya yesterday. That parliamentarian from when I was a kid? Taranosuke or something? Oh, Taranosuke Yoshida, or most folks know him as No Good Tora. He hangs around at train stations giving speeches these days. No one pays him any mind. He used to be a rising star in politics, but wound up involved in scandal after scandal. Huh. Yeah, well, I saw him in line for food. It was weird seeing a politician eating at the same place as we do.
In the end.
Well, that's probably his new gimmick, right? Pandering to middle-class people?
Jet, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, hun.
Jeez.
Sometimes I see people writing exactly the same things on their essays. I don't, you shouldn't think you can get away with copying stuff from some website. I'll know. Got it? Stealing someone's ideas is plagiarism. It's as much of a crime as stealing anything else. It's so annoying to deal with copyright crap these days. Oh, yeah, did you know this? Did you know that, you know the Arsène Lupin series by Maurice Leblanc? Leblanc once had a famous detective character from another series appear in one of the Lupin stories. Now then, Tiger King.
Do you know the answer?
Do you know which author LeBlanc borrowed from? Oh, I don't know either of those two, so I want to say it's Arthur Conan Doyle. Gaston Leroux, Edgar Wallace. Does anyone know these other two? Obviously, I know Arthur Conan Doyle, and this would be my impulse because Sherlock, obviously, but... Oh, hi there, Graham. How you doing? It's good to see you, hun. I don't know the other two, only Doyle. Me too. I think I'm gonna say Doyle.
This is it.
Well done.
Oh, do you like mystery novels? Yes, yes! The answer is the author of Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle. It was the ultimate showdown between the definitive gentleman thief and the famous detective. Apparently, LeBlanc changed the name of his version of Sherlock Holmes when Doyle complained. He changed it to Herlock Sholmes. He just moved the S to the start of his last name. Cringe. I only know Doyle, but I'm aware of Arsene's story. I actually haven't heard of Arsene's story until now. I nailed it, yay! I do love Sherlock Holmes. Doing good, but I remember the rules this time. Aw, thank you so much, Graham. I appreciate you, sweetheart. I hope you're doing very well. Doyle apparently famously believed in fairies. Interesting belief. Very interesting.
Hey, did you get that question? I wasn't even close.
Maybe he's actually smart. I'm kind of surprised.
Shoot! The teacher's glaring at us.
Nice
Wow,
going.
you must be really smart to be able to answer a question like that.
Gaston Leroux wrote Phantom of the Opera. Oh, thank you, Menadi. I appreciate that. How cool. Both Lupin and Holmes would go on to appear in a number of other works, but those were homages, not plagiarism. Now, Arsène Lupin is synonymous with the idea of a phantom thief. He's recognized all over the world.
Yep.
Wow, it looks like some phantom thieves never go out of style.
Are you a voice actor? I'd love to be. I've done some voiceover stuff. Yeah, no, I would really like to do it more and more professionally. Do you like my voices? That's the same name they use for the Great Ace Attorney version of Sherlock overseas, because Doyle's remaining family really don't like anyone using his work and don't like giving people permission until it's ripped from them via public domain. Yeah, with stuff like that, I kind of get it, but it's also a little bit, like, I think it depends on their reasoning, right? If they're just trying to be like, give us all the royalties, give us all the money, you have to pay us, then that's a bit cringe. But if it's literally like, we don't want people taking his works and reusing this character that is so beloved and so famous, and putting words in his mouth or putting him in situations he wouldn't belong in, stuff like that.
Of course, it's amazing. Ah, thank you, girl. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Oh yeah, something happened to me the other day. I almost got kidnapped.
Who would kidnap a cat? I'll say I'm glad you're safe.
Who do you think I am? As if anyone could ever catch me. It was kind of a close call, though. Some girl had this crazy look in her eyes, and she was chasing me around, calling me a snowball or something. I wonder if she's been going after other cats and snatching them up like she tried with me. Try checking the fan site and see if anyone's saying anything about it.
I wasn't able to find any relevant posts.
Maybe it's just not a well-known problem yet. The only victims are cats, so I suppose that could be the case.
Okay, let's go.
Let's try asking around in Yongen and see if we can find the culprit.
Oh, we got another request. Awesome. We can execute on that like back to back to back. We got IMs too. I do agree. Tao is good at VA. Thank you so much, Cutie Jet. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's rougher case than case because Holmes himself entered public domain before all his stories did. That is rough. Yeah, that's an issue, I suppose. Are you relatively knowledgeable about Shakespeare, more so Macbeth? I am actually not. I was not actually much of a theater kid. I took some acting classes and some voice acting classes and stuff like that, but I actually didn't do a lot of like classical theater acting. She's the best in the world. No, X, no, that is not accurate. Why is this girl being so creepy? What the fuck?
He's talking about Mr. Kumoshida. I wonder if those phantom thieves of hearts really do exist. Oh no! If Ikasuki-kun's heart gets stolen, I'll need him a scarf for his birthday. We'll be together. I just need to weave in my hair.
Ew! I didn't read ahead. Ew! I just tried to weave in my hair. Yuck. Yucky. She's, it's the yandere from Yandere Soon. Did you ever do the break at the 4-hour mark? I don't think I did, actually. Oh no, we didn't. We do need to go on a quick break. Oh my God, it's so fucking hot in here, you guys. I am sweating so bad. I hate summer. I hate summer so much. Hold on, we're gonna save real quick in case we crash. You guys, crazy yandere. It's not even summer yet. Stop, you have no idea. I'm pouring sweat, it's disgusting. That is the biggest ew and a stalker, true. Thylacine don't like the heat. I do not, I fucking hate the heat. Can we go back to when it was like 1 or 2 degrees? I much rather would be like cold and be like, hi guys, it's so good to see you again. Rather than be like, all right, let's go on a quick break, sweethearts. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in just 3 minutes, 180 seconds. That is all. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! How dare. This is so Tao and I match. You're not bald, are you, Eon? Did you cut off your hair? Where's Iggy? I need your soul. I need your soul. Thank you for the fort, lovely loner. Okay, I need more souls. I'm not sure if you can, Hollow Knight, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so. Fuck! Oh my God, that was so stupid. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. Take his head privileges. You'll get your head back at the end of the week if you're good. You evil one. It's crazy. Having a mocha just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of. But apparently, having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes me evil. Note to self. Some people have different reactions to like alcohol. Not me. I have different reactions to what direction the caffeine comes from. How was your day? All right. Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the.
Them is on that roof.
This is saying she isn't famous. I am not famous. Infamous is not the same as famous.
What makes you say that?
Oh my god, I feel so bad for him. Ooh, soda. Oh no, sorry, that's beer.
Hey there, cutie pies. Welcome back. I have missed you so. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Awesome, Ozzy. Want some uppies? Uppies for Ozzy. Ozzy. Gorgeous Graham, welcome back. Excellent Eugene, welcome back. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Sweetest Cyber, welcome back. Sweetest Strat, hey, welcome on back. Magnificent Maid, welcome on back as well. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, welcome back, sweetheart. Thank you guys so much for returning to me. All right, we got about another hour stream. Welcome back, Exceptional X. Yay! Are you feeling a little bit better, sweetheart? I know you've been sick, like not feeling well all day. Eugene, uppies. Yee. Good, Eugene. Sweetest Sawbird, want to hear a cursed fun fact? As long as it's appropriate and non-triggering, sure. Joyce Jet, welcome back. All right, let's continue. God, the music in this game is a bomb. Even your diary up to date? Yeah.
I wish I'd do you some real good, like cancel out your criminal record or something.
That's passive aggressive. Oh, hello, terrific Trixie. Welcome in. How are you doing? Uppies for you.
Good, Trixie.
How you doing? Hey there, Outstanding Ultima. How you doing? It's good to see you. Did you get to a game where you can save it? Thank God, yes. Doing okay. Not my usual shiny self just yet, but getting there. Axe, you are always welcome to be whatever self you are here. Never feel pressured. I just want to check on you because you're my friend. I can't really say that I am a theater kid, but others would say that I was a theater kid due to me accidentally getting the lead part of a musical? Accidentally? Damn. Graham, you're the main character. Holy. Oh, Nix! Vanilla Slice, Jam Slice. Uppies. Yee, good, Nix. Throw me into the ceiling? All right, Trixie, let's go. Uppies. Also, well done, you guys, on defeating the boss. I would just do this. You're sweet, appreciate your care. Of course, always. How goes ya? How far'd you get? We literally just finished Madarame's final boss section, so we are awaiting the change of heart. So anything that happens after the final boss section is a no-go. Do not talk to me about it, please. Taoist cozy and sweet stream is a good vibe. Oh, yay! I'm so happy to hear it, sweetheart. Yes, you are so very welcome here, and everyone is welcome to just vibe and relax, and hopefully everybody will feel just a tad better. That would be my preference, just a tad better than when you first came in. Wow, okay, there's a lot going on here. 1 second. Let's read these. Hey, I came up with a method of strengthening my heart, but it's kind of hard to do by myself. Will you train with me? I feel I can become closer with An thanks to the lover's persona, Ame no Uzume. I feel like my bond with An will grow stronger soon.
So, what do you think? Will you spend some time with Lady An?
I'm gonna decide that later. Hold on, I'm reading everybody else. How are your studies going? Everything is good here. I enhanced the medicine again. I think it'll help you make real progress in your studies and whatnot. Well, what do you say? Do you want to test it out?
Be sure to accept Takemi's invitations until you gain her trust, okay?
More deciding later. Do you remember that request from the forum? We still have not resolved it. Simply waiting around is a waste of time. Why not take care of it in mementos today?
Oh yeah, we still haven't finished Mishima's request. If we're going to Mementos, will you have everyone gather at the hideout?
Let's decide later. I'm sorry, I'll be taking my leave early. Oh, that's okay, Sweet Strat, no worries. Please, please, please get some rest tonight, okay? If you gotta go entertain the family, just tell them I gotta go to bed by like 9. Legit took the main character role from a 6-time in a row lead. Wow, good job, Graham. Damn, Graham, that's impressive. What are you doing right now? Just having to wait doesn't jive with me. I'm still hanging out in the hallway. Let me know if something comes up.
Seems Ryuji hasn't gone home yet. Want to hang out with him for a bit?
We'll decide later. Okay, I'm tempted to spend some time with Takemi if... Where's... Oh my god, she's still there. Where's therapy?
Where's my therapist? Where's my therapist? I want my therapist. Where'd he go? Where?
Maru! Hey, Maru! Where are you? Woo-woo? I just want to lock myself in my room. Poor Strat, honey. School store. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Strat. Joker's glasses are canonically fake. He wears them after his arrest so he looks less scary. You'll notice he isn't wearing them during the arrest cutscene. Oh, that is interesting. I just kind of assumed that they got like knocked off or something, but that is fascinating, Cyber. Some days he's not available, but if you have a text from anyone, you can just instant teleport to them on that day by responding. Gotcha, okay. Jet, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? You've gotten this from me rather often, but thank you. Your streams in the pouch will forever be my safe place. Whenever I'm feeling down in the dumps. Oh, hello, Sunflower. Welcome in, sweetheart. Such as today, you all know how to keep my spirits high. Sure, I don't show it, but that's because I don't really know how to. But just know I will be forever appreciative, and you will always have a place here, sweetheart. Sweetest Sunflower, thank you so very much for the raid. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. You guys, a quick intro for you of our fabulous new friend here, Sweetest Sunflower Dawn. You guys, this is Sunflower, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from raiding Bergie's cozy kitchen. This versatile streamer doth traverse the realms of platformers, RPGs, and FPS games with ease. When not conquering virtual worlds, they indulge in painting, reading, and jamming to tunes. A true Renaissance soul, if I may say. Absolutely! Hi there, gorgeous Ro. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sunflower raid, amazing, hello there. Nightmare, hello. Potato Bean, hello, precious potato, welcome in. Sweetest Sunflower, welcome on in, how you doing? Oh, Nightmare recommended. Oh, thank you so much, Nightmare, for recommending us to the fabulous Sunflower. Sweet Sunflower, how was your stream, darling? Also, if I may ask, when is your next one? So that hopefully everyone can come and join you. And while you let us know, here's a little info about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and creativity.
Now perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Welcome back, back, sweethearts. Sweetest sunflower, darling. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for bringing your gorgeous community in as well. I really do appreciate you. And Sunflower will actually be streaming tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sun, what will you be streaming? Do you happen to know? And did I see that you're also an artist? Do you do digital painting, physical painting? I'm so dumb. Traditional painting, physical painting. Is there a movie or show or such why you call folks things like you do? Someone I watched started at times after watching Has Been Hotel. Just curious. No, Dredge, I do it because I want to, totally original. I want to make the space feel very sleepover vibes. So, and I also firmly believe that this world is not, there's not really enough love. People are not kind enough to each other. And so by welcoming people with an alliterative, catchy, positive adjective about themselves or about their name, the goal is to immediately disarm people and make them feel comfortable and secure here. I know that's not always how it works. Some people are very uncomfortable with that. And when they let me know that they don't like it, I do stop, or I do my best to stop. But yeah, that's the reason I do it. So, you know, dearest Dredge, sweetest sunflower, stuff like that. Yeah. I do both, but I definitely prefer traditional more. Digital is such a bigger learning curve. That's fair, son. That's fair. Did you want to share some of your artwork with us? And will you perhaps be doing some arting tomorrow at 10:30? Magnificent Maynadi, darling, thank you so much for hanging out with us, hon. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming on in, and we'll see you later, okay? Ciao for now. I trust the pals here, so taketh my follow. Yay! Yes, you guys, please do check out the absolutely amazing Sunflower. She's learning Clip Paint Studio. You're a braver being than I, darling. I can't even wrap my head around it. I started to way back when, but then I just kind of fell off, and now I use Procreate exclusively. But yes, welcome in, darling. I really appreciate you bringing your gorgeous community in. Thank you so very much, sweetest Sunflower. And yeah, feel free to let me know if you have any artwork you would like to share. I'll need to like permit you. So yeah, let me know before you post the link. But yes, we would love to see. And thank you again for bringing in your community. I promise to take the best care of them until you come on back to retrieve them. And yeah. All right. Hello there. Is there something you'd like? Hi. Oh, what? 10 HP? What? No, my goodness. I'll play Bergie again tomorrow morning. Awesome. My Insta has some of my art. Ooh, very exciting. Do you post anywhere on like Twitter or Blue Sky or anything? I just asked because I don't have Instagram on my computer. 10 HP, that ain't worth it. It ain't. I forgot to apply for the mock exams. You gonna take any?
Only nerds worry about those. I'm not taking any tests that I don't have to take.
Funny. Okay, well, it looks like Mario might not be available, possibly. So, I think we might go see Takemi. Let's go see Takemi. But yeah, you guys, if you would like to go and see lovely Sunflower play some Bergie tomorrow morning, I do not, sadly. I probably should though, but no worries. Oh, darn it. I'm so sorry, sweet Sunflower. Well, just so you know, I mean, there's no pressure for you or any of your lovely community to do so, but if you would like to join our little old Discord, it's a small but very active community, very cozy. You are welcome to, and then you can post any safe for work art in our art channel, and people can fawn over it. Bye-bye. Oh, you heading out, sweetest Shadow. Thank you for coming in. Alrighty, let's see, Takemi. Yeah, let's go. Good answer. This will really help me out. Okay, stop by the clinic. I'll have everything ready for you. Oh, good night, sweetest Shadow. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We love all kinds of art except AI, quote, art, unquote. That's true. And it does have to be safe for work. This is an 18+ stream, but it's not 18+ like that. So this is the Takemi Medical Clinic of Internal Medicine. I'm glad it's still open. Sorry, I have a child I need to have examined. Looks like I have a patient with an emergency. Oh.
And?
So, why come here? Aren't you under the care of another hospital? I've heard rumors about this place. I'd like for you to examine her. She was diagnosed with bronchitis, but the medicine she was given ain't been working at all. She has a fever that won't go away, and she's losing weight because she's not hungry. A young girl losing weight is definitely not good. You should go to a bigger hospital. I can't provide a thorough examination here. We've been going to a big hospital, the University Hospital in East Shinjuku. But all they tell us is that it's persistent bronchitis. A university hospital in East Shinjuku. The doctor there performs exams like he's on an assembly line. I think he's famous or something. A famous doctor, huh? I'm just a general practitioner out here in the sticks. As you can see, I don't even have any staff. Wait! I've heard there's a medicine that can only be acquired here. Please, I'll pay you. Please, at least just examine her.
Hey.
Hold on.
Doctor, my chest really hurts.
You'll be okay. That's a very irresponsible thing to say. Doctor! Fine. Feed her a revival bead! Yes! Is your vision blurry? How about your throat? Does it hurt? No signs of swelling. Are you sure you've told me everything about her symptoms and treatments you've tried so far? Yes, I'm sure.
Hello?
Hello? Urahara-san? It's Dr. Schwitzer. Is Dr. Schwitzer there? There's something I'd like to ask him about a case that was in last month's medical journal. I see. Guess the ones in stock will have to do. There's a shelf by the reception desk. Bring the contents of the second drawer into the exam room. You'll need to help me administer the medicine. Also, bring the beaker with the red label in the fridge, a towel, a wash basin, and a measuring spoon.
Fine.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Thank you so much. I didn't expect her to recover so quickly. It was a very unique strain of infectious disease. It can't be detected by conventional exams. I temporarily suppress the symptoms. We'll make adjustments as her condition improves. Okay, that will be 1 million yen for today. Jesus, how much is that in, like, Australian dollars? How the average person in RPG worlds aren't effectively immune from most diseases is a wonder to me. Oh yeah, we have a potion that literally cures literally every possible ailment. The adventurers love it. It's on sale, 10 bucks. Yeah, exactly, Red. a million yen? That's outrageous. You're completely taking advantage of... I mean... All right, I agree to pay. You don't take credit cards, do you? It's shy of 10K? Whoa, we got some American, holding your health hostage situation here. Damn. Whoa. That's crazy. Inflation's a bitch. I'll go withdraw some cash right now.
What?
Huh? Wait, you're actually gonna pay? She's not used to that, clearly. By the way, that famous doctor you mentioned earlier, was it Medical Chief of Staff Oyamada? Yes. Are you familiar with him? I knew it. In that case, I'll make this free of charge. Oh, but free? Why free? It's kind of funny, right? Having treated his patient without permission.
By the way,
thanks for your outburst earlier. I'm going to perform a very special exam on you today. So, is he your assistant? He seems awfully young. Yes, my assistant. My assistant guinea pig. He's about to put in a lot of hard work today, aren't you? Feels like my bond with Takemi is growing even deeper. Yikes! She is, and she's angry. Yeah, looks like it.
All right.
Fuck. Okay.
Doctor, can I go back to school now?
Not for a while. You'll need to start eating and regain your strength first. Can you do that for me?
Yes! Thank you, Doctor!
Don't mention it. Your turn. I wonder what kinds of response you'll have this time. Maybe you won't even be able to make it home. Fuck, she's threatening. I feel like cooperating in that shady clinical trial has increased my guts. I would hope so. I would hope so. Are we more than bold? No, we're not. Okay, good work today. That freezing is making me feel things. She's, I get why she is death. How are you feeling now? Today's drug was kind of a rough one, huh? But maybe it was just what my careless little guinea pig deserved, huh? Especially after approving that girl's consultation without my permission. Well, that's an option. Jesus. For those listening, the one I'm giggling at is punish me more. But she ended up okay. Go on, do it. No! Oh, you still got an attitude. I can always give you something stronger. The drug does seem to be more stable compared to the early stages, though. It's probably thanks to your cooperation. Feels like I'm almost there, so try not to die just yet, okay? All right, take care. Perfect romance option? Is that romance? That's, again, should I be envious?
You're back.
He's so down bad. Oh, man. Oh, wait, okay, wait, we can do some shit. 1 second. Sojiro, Kawakami, Yoshida. Can someone remind me who Kawakami is again, please? I'm so sorry. And Yoshida. Who are both of them? Top and bottom dynamic. Yes, it is indeed a romance option! Woo! The response for that one is, good God, I have nothing that can cure that! Oh, man. Our teacher? Oh, you can spend time with Kawakami? Oh, wait, I want to do that. I haven't done that before. Is she... Huh? Wait, maybe that's one of the... Okay, hold on. I assume that must be, Is she... Where is she? I love this doctor. Perfect Frundin? She's the one with the yellow shirt and disheveled hair. Oh, wow. She's also the fucking best. Okay. Well, I need to figure out how to go find her because I haven't talked to her before. Where would she be? And also, who's the other one? Yoshida? Oh, wait, is Yoshida the politician? Polly? The Polly? School gate? Surely she'd be there at the school. That makes sense. Where? The teacher that asked about plagiarism. Yes, yes. Oh. Okay, that's closed. He's the politician. Okay. You've unlocked her stuff. You'll use the phone in the cafe? Oh. If you've unlocked her stuff. The phone in the cafe. All right, let me go see if I can do that. You may have missed the opportunity to add Kawakami as a hangout option. Did you hang out with Ryuji and Mishima when they asked to hang out? I don't think I did, actually. Uh-oh. Busquedio. Phone? Phone. I don't know what is a phone? What does a phone look like? Whoa! We zoomed in. What does a phone look like? I don't see. Oh, this is a phone.
Why would you use this thing in this day and age?
Oh, I'm never getting to hang out with my teacher again. Okay, well, in that case, I want to go to meet the other dude. Where is he? Station Square, maybe? The yellow thing. Oh, you look sick, bud. Are you main character? Oh, yeah! My rock and roll soul is starting to show! Sha-la-la-la-la, you smile. Sha-la-la-la-la, they're in the right season. I need to write a soul-shaking rock song. I need the gods of rock to speak through me. He's got main character syndrome, but he's not like, he doesn't have a name. Oh, is this the guy? Hold on.
Please consider what I have to say.
There have been far too many incidents recently to ignore. Could anyone deny this? The runaway train incident, mysterious psychotic breakdowns, a school with a corrupt teacher. We have yet to discover the truth of it all. The apathy that permeates society is a direct result of negligence by our government and the media. You're listening quite attentively. Are you interested in politics? Sure. Are you a student? I'm delighted to captivate the interest of someone your age. Must participate in Operation Maid Watch by talking to Yuki Mishima about the maid poster in Shibuya's Central Street in the evening. This can be done 2 days after clearing Madarame's palace, as early as May 24th. Oh. Huh. At the maid poster in Shibuya's Central Street. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Doppel. I'll try and hopefully I have other chances, like tomorrow or something, but I could use the help of a young person, but I can't hire someone without any experience. I'm sorry about that. However, I'd be happy if you stopped by to hear one of my speeches again. Well, that's all for today. I'm heading to the beef bowl shop.
Hey, have you noticed? That guy was at the beef bowl shop before. If you work part-time there, maybe he'll let you help him.
Oh wait, actually, we do work part-time there. I think we got a job there. But there is a maid thing at the Shibuya Station Square, did you say? Let me see. Maid poster in Shibuya Central Street in the evening. I love malted milk balls, Trixie. I love to suck on those things and then they like crumble in my mouth. So good. Yummy.
Yummy!
Wait, I see a... Oh, nah. Where's my beef balls? Oh, I think it's here.
Oh.
Let's get to work. As they shrivel and dissolve, so good. Yeah, exactly. Yummy. Yummy. Oh,
what
God.
did you say? Hey, look! There's a ton of customers coming in all of a sudden. You're going to be bombarded with orders at this rate. Make sure you memorize them all.
Uh-oh. Okay, large barbecue bowl. Medium beef bowl. Uh-oh, I'm losing it already. Barbecue. Medium beef. Curry bowl. Barbecue. Medium beef. Curry. Oh God. Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Huiguro. Fuck. Okay. Barbecue, medium beef, curry, medium huiguro bowl. Okay. Fuck. All right.
Yes.
Barbecue, medium beef, curry, huiguro. Stay calm. Remember the orders. Okay. First person ordered. That was a large barbecue bowl. Okay. The next one was a medium beef roll. Beef bowl.
Hey.
Curry.
Nice.
And the one I can't pronounce. Go.
Well.
Yes. Got him. Oh, thank you, Doppel. Appreciate that. Thank you for the goat scream, Dally. Yeah, I'm gonna do the beef bowls, and then because since you said that I could do it like any other day, I'm just gonna do this one since we already talked to him.
All right. Now you just have to make everything and serve them.
Do I get a mini game for that? Ah, there he is. You appeared to have a difficult time there. No, I did good. What? Can't you ask your manager to hire more people? You were extremely busy. Employees being overworked is becoming a real problem in the workplace. That's concerning. I should remember this.
Well then, I'll see you
I'll leave
again.
my payment here. Thank you for the food. Bruh, wait, can I talk to you?
Hey, wasn't that the politician who gives speeches in front of the station? He was worried about employees in the workplace, huh? Well, I think he knows who you are now. We should go to the station square again sometime soon.
My.
Oh, he isn't saying you did bad. He's just saying that you seemed overworked. Okay, that's good. It's funny how you sound like Ruby from Ruby with that high voice. Do I?
Oh, good work. Seems there were a lot of customers today, but you handled it well on your own. We were as crowded today as we usually get on Yakiniku Day. I wonder if there's some event happening
Thanks in
nearby.
advance.
I paid you a little extra today. Good work. Keep it up.
Ooh, money. Money. Congrats, that was the confident tied to this place. You never have to come here again. Woohoo! Richard Nixon? Yep, that's right. That's my Richard Nixon voice.
You were amazing today, dealing with so many orders. I'm sure it was rough, but I think you handled it all quite proficiently.
Hint, hint, proficiency bonus. Go! Yeah, good.
Well, I guess we should go home soon.
Hello?
I completely missed that confidant when I played. Oh, that's so fair, Jazzy. I definitely would have too if I didn't have the network access on my D-pad. It's you. Madarame's ill, but the exhibit is still going strong. I can't respect him as my sensei anymore, but it's sad to think I don't have a mentor anymore either. I'm all ears if you need it.
Oh?
Talk? To you? Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever had someone I could simply talk to. Well, perhaps I may need a sounding board sometime. I hope you'll humor me then. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook, but I do serve a bitch and beef bowl.
I need your help with something.
Uh-oh.
I found this flyer stuffed in my mailbox.
What is a flyer?
Oh!
It's a maid!
Service. It says that a cute maid will do anything for you.
Oh, Ryuji, you horny little...
A maid, dude. A maid! Who'll do anything for us?
Oh, I want to vent. Sorry, I got to vent about... I went to go see the Chainsaw Man movie yesterday, right? Excellent movie. Highly recommend it. However, weebs, keep it in your fucking pants. I'm not even kidding. The number of adult men who, at a certain point, I'm not gonna spoil anything, we're not spoiling anything. There's a certain point in the movie with some less than clothed women involved. And these guys were disgusting. Like, so fucking gross. Like, I felt uncomfortable being in the theater with them. They were fully like, oh, yeah! Oh, take it off, take it off! It was so gross, and it's so obnoxious too, because it's like, this is a theater. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up! You do not need to tell everybody about what you are getting off to in your private time. And then the other thing that was really obnoxious is another person, different side of the theater, literally took their phone with the flash on and took a few pictures. I was just like, that's so fucking nasty, dude. That's so cringe. Tell me yourself or someone went off on them. I started to. I was like, and Nath was like, stop, stop, stop. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a movie. The actress can't hear you guys. Exactly. Save that reaction for private viewing. Fucking hell. I agree. Exactly. No, and I wouldn't even have like mentioned it, but they did it for about 10 minutes. Like, it was like this constant, it was like they're on a loop. They were just like, yeah, dig it up. Yeah, oh yeah, baby. Ugh, fucking nasty. Gross, 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 gross. Anyway, if you're gonna go see anime and there are scantily clad women at any point, please don't talk about it in the middle of the theater loudly where everyone can see you and hear you. And also take actual photos with your flash on. Bruh. Anyway, there you go. That's my vent. I like seeing such things too, but I ain't gonna announce it in public. Exactly. All right.
Right?
Just have some common decency. Yeesh, right? That's what I'm like. I'm like, how are you guys functioning in normal society? Stop. Shame your son. Ryuji's allowed, okay? He's talking to a friend of his in the corner of a dingy, dimly lit subway station. He's allowed to talk to his friend about it, but not if he were doing this in the middle of a theater. I would have words. He's getting the spanking. I've said this before. I like press just like any straight dude, but I got morals. Yes, and just general respect. Okay. This is the scene, likely got delayed due to palace events. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. All right. What are you saying?
You're a guy, right? You know what I mean. Let's give it a try. Yeah?
Ryuji, your ass is showing.
Luckily, some guy on my floor just moved out, so there's a vacant apartment in my complex.
His voice acting kills me. I know. Right, yeah.
The key is behind the mailbox, so we can get in anytime. The landlord seriously doesn't care.
What, we're hiring a maid to come? Oh.
The place is all set, so...
I get it. I was like, wait a second, bruh. Surely she's not going to do the things you are talking about, but, okay.
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, Mishima! Hi!
Can I, get in on this? Oh, you mean you're into this kind of stuff?
Oh my god, buddy. Let me get my horny hammer. Everyone, for those of you who are capable, please spam bonk emotes in chat. It can be from my channel, it can be from other channels. Bonk that shit away.
Okay. I'm not into it. It's just for research.
There you go, Sadu.
What does it mean that they'll do anything?
Yeah, Nix.
Do the maids look exactly as they're advertised?
Excellent, Ozzy. Perfect, Sadu. Excellent, Sir Jesse.
We need to determine whether or not this company just pretends to offer housekeeping services.
Oh my god. Just tell the truth. Dearest Doppel, thank you.
Just want to punish the bad guys. And in order to do that, I have to see it with my own eyes.
Bud.
Yeah, we gotta see it with our own eyes.
That's a great, excellent line delivery. Honkus bonkus, indeed, Sir Jazia. I love the, we gotta see it with our own eyes. Good thinking, Mishima. Cyber, Sadu, bonk, 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 bonk.
Little detail.
Oh my god, Ryuji.
We'll have to do this at night, so
yes, Eugene.
let us know when you're ready.
Dude, this is so shady.
So what's the code name for this operation?
Apparently not anything important.
Since we'll be watching them,
oh, Maid Watch, there it is.
Something like Operation Maid Watch.
Nice. I like that.
God, bruh. These boys! Ryuji's VA is the best part of the scene. He is very good, I must confess. Oh, it's a 7/7. Oh, we can make more money off this. Oh, it is 7/7/7 day. Lots of money to be had.
Hey, about that flyer. We're doing it at night, right? I'm usually in Shibuya at those hours. Let me know when you're going to do it. You better not leave me behind, okay? I'll never forgive you if you do. I'll contact you again later tonight.
Okay, we're gonna go work at 777.
Sorry for the sudden call. It's Shibuya from the store. I was wondering if you had time to come in today. It's a double points day for cardholders, so we're getting kind of slammed. If you could help out, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, right, and the manager said you'll get paid extra for really busy days. It's fine if you can't, but if you got the time, please come help out.
Now's our chance.
Yeah, let's be more charming. And okay, fine. Sadist! Hi there, sweetest Sadist. Welcome in. How you doing? Usually we can only take Twitch so far. All right. Let me go to We gotta go. Wait. Who could I wait? Who has potential here? Oh, Ryuji. No, that's fine. You good, bud. I don't need you. I don't need you right now. I will save. I'll actually save here. He's such a little dork. He is a little dork. Okay. We gotta go to Shibaya and 777. Is that over here? Convenience store. Okay, hopefully I can get this right. His potential is a bottle of Jergens. Jergens?
Welcome! We're having a huge sale on all of our hot food items. Today's a double points day. If the manager sees you doing well, you might get a reward.
What do you want to do?
What are you gonna do?
Let's work.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, you're coming in today? That'd be so helpful. There's no end to these customers. Just keep your cool and don't forget to smile. That's a racing newspaper. I feel for these horses being put to work.
Me too. There's a barcode next to the, okay, comments section, racing newspaper.
That's a skeleton umbrella. It's a plastic umbrella.
Okay, handle. So comments, handle. Is that it? Comments?
In the end, I still couldn't decide which horse to bet on.
Nice going.
All right, that was some perfect barcode slaying.
You did great.
Oh, they didn't ask me for the other one. Okay.
Good work handling all that by yourself. You've been such a huge help
today.
Thank you for your hard work. Keep it up.
Hey.
Good work out there. You gotta learn how to be considerate of others through dealing with customers.
I'm a sweetheart. I hope that I get sweetheart status. Head turning, okay.
Nice.
You've done great dealing with customers today. I'm sure you can look forward to your pay.
I'm being wealthy now. I'll change and go home.
Ah, you're back.
P. Hey, you didn't forget, did you? You know, about that flyer. We need to look into the truth behind that housekeeping service. I'm over at Central Street right now, so come talk to me if you're interested.
Looks like Mishima's waiting for us in Shibuya. Do you think we should go see him?
Yeah, we'll go see him.
KK, I'll be waiting. Oh, but don't flake on me, please.
By the power of customer service, I've learned to become more considerate, but at the cost of my sanity. Exactly. Where the fuck? He's right here. I'm blind. Tao is slowly becoming Queen Tao with how much money she has. Oh, look, the lines are on my head. We have a meme to check out. 1 second, hold on. Thank you for the lurk, Cutie Trixie. Appreciate you, darling. 1 moment, please. Memes it is. Ryuji, no, bad Ryuji, simmer down. Perfect. Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, Mishima.
Hi.
Do you remember that group a while back who were claiming to hack websites in the name of justice? I had pretty high hopes for them, but they turned out to be posers. The Phantom Thieves are true heroes, though. I want to help out however I can. So, we're executing Operation Maidwatch tonight for sure, right?
Sure.
All right.
Sweet! I've been waiting for this. Wait, you already changed out of your uniform? I guess that's a pretty good idea. We're meeting over at Sakamoto's place, right? Let's stop by mine beforehand so I can change too.
Where were those inks and wax seals and stuff you opened from? The Blushing Bard, I believe.
So we're really gonna do this, huh? You think it'll be okay?
Operation Maidwatch, bruh!
Yeah, Operation Maidwatch.
Well,
if it turns out to be sketchy, we can just bail. The apartment's vacant, so it's not like we'll be messing with anyone's home.
That's smart for you. I'll be nice. You're a genius, Ryuji. Wow! Trixie, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Yes, go and get some of those really cool wax seals and stuff.
Yeah, I know. To think, Sakamoto has a brain. But if that's the case, then... Yup!
Yeah!
Okay, give him a call!
Leave it to me. This is such a tiny room.
Thank you for calling. This is Victoria's housekeeping.
They answered!
Hey.
Shh!
I take it you're interested in our services then?
Services?
Is there anyone in particular you'd like to request?
Huh?
Anyone we want to request? What should we do, Tao? No preference.
Very well. Let's see here. We have a maid available in 20 minutes. May I ask for your address?
Whoa!
Shit! This is really happening!
A maid's services? Hey, what should we have her do? I was thinking we start with some cooking. Of course, I wouldn't mind some of the other services either. Should we hold a strategy meeting to discuss?
They said 20 minutes, right? I gotta use the bathroom.
Oh. It's almost time. You were in there for a while. Are you okay? Hey, did you wash your hands?
Huh? What? Who? Me?
You're really nervous. Are high school students even allowed to use this type of service?
Huh?
What? What do you mean, huh? You should have researched it. What if they find out who we are?
Wait.
How should I know? But why would you... But why would how old you are matter when it comes to housekeeping?
We would have been screwed up if we would have been screwed if your number had shown up on their caller ID.
Oh. Good evening. I'm from housekeeping service.
Huh? What? Already? She's 5 minutes early. What do we do? I'm not mentally prepared.
Oh, the door's unlocked. May I come in? I can't do this. My stomach's acting up and my hands are all sweaty.
My bad, man.
Okay, you handle the rest and don't let her find out you're a high school student. I got your back, just from way back, like from the balcony.
What?
I can't do this either. Tiger, we leave it to you. Ryuji and Mishima fled to the balcony. Excuse me. Oh, there you are.
Welcome home, Master.
Oh. I recognize that voice. I'm going to fill your tired heart full of lovely energy.
Meow.
I'm Becky, and I have the pleasure of serving you today. Nice to meow to you. We're gonna get along so well. Meow. Oh my, how thoughtless of me. I should explain our services to you, Master. What would you like me to do today? The basics include cooking, cleaning, laundry, but there are other services we provide if you desire. Huh? You look young, Master. Are you perhaps in high school? I'm a dad. I'm in college. Wow, your skin is so healthy. You're not lying to me, are you? I'll wait to provide those other services until you've matured a bit, Master. So, I'll be going now.
Huh?
What? No! Quiet! Is someone there? Oh no. Shit! Run, Mishima! Mishima? Sakamoto-kun? And you? God, it's her. That's crazy, dude. Oh my god. Did you request me specifically? What do you mean? Oh, no, it's all right. How would you know me? This is our first meeting. Yes, the first time ever, Master. Ugh, this is unbelievable. Yes, it's me. Holy shit. Your homeroom teacher. I'm so done. I can't believe I got caught by some of my own students. Jesus Christ.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, lovely lord? It's great to see you, sweetheart. I should have taken a job outside of the city, but I needed it to be close to school so I could go there after I finished work and...
Hey.
Who did you hear about this from? Oh, it was Miss Chuno, wasn't it? That harpy. Miss Chuno, the English teacher. She's been snooping on all the teachers ever since that incident with Mr. Komoshida. Are you gonna tell Miss Chuno about this? What do you mean? It doesn't really seem like you're playing dumb. In any case, I'll get in big trouble if you tell on me. Hey, if you're gonna side with a teacher, side with me. I'm in charge of your class after all. And if you promise not to tell Miss Chuno about this, I'll do anything for you. What to do?
Hey.
Hey, it won't be any better for you if people find out that you called a maid service. This isn't even your home address to begin with, is it? I guess you at least thought about that. Well, I'll promise to keep this a secret too. So why don't we both forget that this ever happened? I'll treat this as if you had canceled, so you won't have to pay anything. Okay? On that note, I'll be leaving. Don't say anything about this at school, okay? Just act as if nothing ever happened. Got it? Okay. Bye. Oh, man. I suddenly feel exhausted. I want to go home. It could be worse, Kalkami. You could be in the sus section of your company. That's true. Joker, can you make cookies? To be honest, I feel bad for her. Me too. Oh yeah, the cleanup event is the day after tomorrow. My class has to go in the opposite direction of Inokashira Park.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. That honor student is actually in my group.
Huh? What, is she like your type or something? Either way, too bad. I hear honor students are exempt from the cleaning. Totally unfair, am I right?
What? So, am I alone on a team of upperclassmen then? This sucks. I want to just ditch now.
Starting to feel a bit better from this morning. Still hurt a little though, but things are improving. I'm happy to hear that, cutie Ozzy. I'm sorry that you're suffering so much at the moment, but thank you for being here. Those fan arts make sense now? Is there a fan art of Kalkami in a maid costume? And it was awkward for everyone. Exactly. One cleanup event isn't gonna improve the school's image.
What? She's exempt from the cleanup? How precious is this honor student?
We have to go to Inokashira Park in our stupid gym clothes? She's not coming, right? I wish I could ditch this event too.
We're meeting at Inokashira Park?
I'd better remember that. Why do I have so much trouble with that word? Holy.
Boy, it sucks being stuck inside this bag. I wish I could take Lady Ann out to do something.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there was something going on with Kawakami, wasn't there? Something involving Chuno. I'm not sure what's going on, but maybe we should ask her about it. She'll probably still be at school, right? Let's go look for her.
What are we doing today? I can't just sit around. I'm shopping at the Underground Mall in Shibuya right now. I'll still be in Shibuya for a little while, so let me know if anything comes up. I need to go see Kawakami. WNBA! Hi there, gorgeous ghost. Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, let's see. Where is she located? Huh. Is, like, the school's open. I assume she's here. Is she not? Chatting with Kawakami at school here is how you'll continue to start the SL. Wait, that was her? Oh, did I run past her? My bad. I looked right at her. Oh! Here she is. Oh my god, look at these two. There's like Yuri in their eyes toward each other. I like the girl in pink's boots though. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yep.
I can feel.
As I've been saying, get home safely, Tigerkin. Well then, I have another matter to attend to, so I have to excuse myself. No, we're not finished talking yet. There's been a series of scandals on this campus. We're all being called into question. And yet, you leave work earlier than anyone, and you barely make it to the faculty meetings. Explain yourself. Don't tell me you're out running around at night.
Kawakami's being grilled by Chuno. She said she'd do anything if we helped her out, so let's clear up Chuno's suspicions.
The school's closing soon, Mr. Tiger. Head on home before it gets late. Or did you need something from Miss Kawakami? I have a question for her. What?
What?
Huh? Oh, you have another question. Another question? That's right. Tigerkin's questions are complicated, so I take time at night to help him. So you're giving individual lessons outside of school hours, huh? What passion. You are an ideal teacher. A passionate teacher is exactly what we need at this school. Honestly, I'm sorry for suspecting you. Well then, keep up the hard work, you two. She just kind of convinced herself. But that did clear up her suspicions, so thanks. Could you come with me for a bit? I can't talk about this at school. This is the address and phone number of my night job. Ah, I got a phone number. Call at night and request me. Just be careful that it doesn't show up in your call history though, okay?
Hey!
Yeah, you did it! No call history means a public telephone. Let's call from LeBlanc's yellow phone. Excellent.
Let's call Kawakami when you're free and invite her to meet you at your room.
That's not weird. Okay, I have to go. Ah! Sorry, I jump scared myself with a button. I pushed the button. Egods! All right. Okay. You guys, I think this might be our spot to finish up. You guys, thank you so incredibly much for, I'm actually doing it again because I'm paranoid. I love Joker's voice. Holy shit. Sweethearts, our next stream will just be tomorrow. Obviously, I'm gonna miss you terribly until then, but I will be seeing you then, and I truly cannot wait. Sweetie Pies, our next stream will be Final Fantasy 14. So, if you are interested in coming in for that, that will happen 6 hours ago, but tomorrow. So whatever that time is for you. Now minus 6 hours tomorrow. AKA like 30 hours. 30 hours from now. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, no, that's wrong. 20, no, 19, 18 hours. We're just gonna end the game real quick and I'm going to head on over here. Hi! Oops, 1 second, I need to turn off my, my controller real quick. Sweetie Pies, thank you for joining me today. I hope that you feel like we got as much done as I did. I feel like we got a ton done, to be honest. I thought it was a very productive stream today and lots of laughter as well, which I love. I love a good giggle with my precious pals, of course. Give me just a second. We're gonna have to go and see, oh, for the dancing and the dreaming. Don't forget to turn off for the stream. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Thank you, lovely. Very good point. Let me see who we might go and see. Is there anyone? I'm always hesitant to. Ooh! Thank you for feeding me, cutie cyber. Let me see here. Ooh. Wait.
The fan art was questionable. I won't share it in Discord, DW.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thanks, hon. Maybe we'll go and see, you know who we haven't gone to see for a bit, who did come in and see us recently, was, the wonderful and awesome, Civil Cole. Give me just a second. I am, of great confused. Hold on. 1 second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go see Sybil, but first we will sing this song for Beautiful Bublin real quick. For the dancing and the dreaming. 1 second, please. All right. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me.
There you go, Cootie. I hope you enjoyed it. I tried to switch it up a little bit. I hope it was okay.
All right, cutie pies, we're gonna go raid into the amazing Sibyl. I'm very excited about that. Once again, I'm gonna try and do this better. Wait, is this how you do it? Raid, like that? Maybe? Did that? Nope. Okay, I don't remember how to do this. Raiders. Oh, I think it's raiders. Yeah, I did it. You guys, please check out Sunflower Dawn and The Alchemist, both of our lovely raiders today. And thank you all so very much for joining me, sweethearts. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I truly hope it is the best ever. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. And you guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. As usual, your typical schedule will be up in the next 4 to 6 hours, somewhere in there. For the week. Yay!
Tau, I got a 15 streams drop.
Oh, happy 15 stream streak, Cutie Patricia. Welcome in. All right, cuties, if you guys are off to do something else, hope it's the best ever. And guys, please take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Lots of love. Mwah.